Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Sunan's territory was looted. Rachel Communin used energy replacement to escape again, but Sunan didn't care because this was the second time she used this ability in front of Sunan. It gave Sunan the opportunity to record and analyze the unique ability of this energy world for the second time. Sunan said to the intelligent brain, "Intelligent brain, what is the analysis level of energy replacement?" Yes, since we don't have complete energy creatures here and lack a complete understanding of energy creatures, the current analysis level is only 7% and it cannot be simulated by magic for the time being. If we can record more energy transfers, we may be able to analyze it more deeply. But now we can start looking for possible ways to stop energy replacement. It is recommended that in the second of the next energy replacement, use telekinesis to send part of your own characteristics into the ongoing energy replacement, change the balance relationship in the energy transfer, and change the conditions of the transfer, thereby causing the collapse of the energy replacement, or at least greatly reducing the stability of the energy replacement. Sunan immediately understood the principle. When energy exchange occurs, a balance effect will appear. In the second after energy exchange occurs, it will appear to detect the size, properties, etc. of the two energy bodies of the balance, and then be in basic balance. That is, one side will not be too big and the other side will not be too small, so that transfer can occur. Therefore, if you mix your own telekinesis into it, it is easy to make the originally balanced balance suddenly fall seriously to the other side. Sunan ordered the gargoyles to sort out the property on the battlefield. Collect the body of the 2-star warlock and the left broken arm of the 3-star female warlock. Now I have 2 arms of the 3-star female warlock. Moreover, I haven't started to study and use them yet. If this goes on, Sunan may be able to piece together a set of her limbs. Sunan imagined the scene of a leak field. Why do I feel that it is not bad to let Rachel Communin go? Because her arms will grow back next time we meet, and then I can beat a few more and let her escape. The next time we meet, I can beat a few more arms, which can be regarded as my 3-star warlock bloodline essence leak field. I can cut it repeatedly. Under Sunan's control, 2 super werewolf deacons and gargoyles found the treasury of Cementown. It must be said that the reserve funds of the Othello family for Cementown were really abundant. There were 4,500 storm gold coins in the treasury. This must be part of the subsidy that the Othello family expected to give to Simon. A large part of the gold coins had already become the building burned to ruins outside. This time, the Othello family can be said to be one of their rare big losses. As a result, all these were cheap for Sunan. Sunan asked the gargoyles to put the gold coins into the sacks, and then asked the gargoyles to carry a few sacks and start flying back. At the same time, he ordered the gargoyles to go to Baron Simon's castle and put all the remaining 11 bottles of explosive insects on the main building of the Simon family's castle not far from Cementown. Suddenly, the main castle of the Simon family was directly blown down and fell into a sea of fire. The super werewolf deacons found the location of the treasury and books in their castle as quickly as possible, and then the gargoyles rushed in and robbed another wave. However, the Simon family was too poor, with only 153 gold coins in stock. I think they had invested all their money in Cementown recently. Their family didn't have many books, only 3 large bookcases. Sunan directly ordered the 9-headed gargoyles to grab 3 bookshelves, lift them up to the sky, and then pack them and fly back to his castle. In this way, Sunan robbed a total of 4,653 gold coins from Simon's territory, which was an exaggerated wealth, equivalent to the tax revenue that Maple Leaf Town paid to Sunan for more than 3 years. In this way, Sunan would not be short of money in a short period of time, and he could even use this money to invest in Maple Leaf Town to expand the business scale of Maple Leaf Town again. Sure enough, the gold belt for murder and arson. Everything was done in less than an hour. This speed and efficiency far exceeded the Bulgars. Sunan began to think from this attack that if he could attack other people's territories, then others could also attack his own territory. Attack and defense capabilities should be balanced. Next, he should strengthen his reconnaissance and defense capabilities. The defensive capability can continue to strengthen Mario, enhance the brown shield to protect his castle, and then arrange some flying plaster gargoyles in Maple Leaf Town, build an air defense system, arrange some werewolves, and build a ground defense core. As for the reconnaissance capability, the remaining 7 werewolf deacons can be converted into super werewolf deacons, and more werewolf deacons can be created to turn the werewolf deacons into their own mobile radar base stations. Using the super hearing, super smell, and supervision of the werewolf deacons, they can monitor the entire territory of their own in all aspects, leaving the enemy no chance to exploit the loopholes in their own defense system. At the same time, the 50 hounds that they had raised before have grown up during this period of time. After elimination and selection, at least 30 can be used. They can also transform 30 ordinary werewolves. Anyway, during this period of time, they should strengthen their basic werewolf group. In addition, they should find ways to monitor the territory, or use the existing magic resources, to strengthen and improve the all-round reconnaissance capabilities of the werewolf group again. The blind nun wanted to suddenly attack her territory, like she raided her warlock group base, but that was a dream. In the lively dance party, Sunan asked Borgia Frederick to leave the ball, because it was inconvenient to talk at the ball and there were too many people here. He asked him to go to a guest room in the castle, to rest for the time being. Tomorrow, they would discuss seriously in Sunan's study about what Borgia should do next. Excited, Borgia immediately agreed to Sunan's request, left the ball, and returned to the guest room to rest. He felt that he had finally accomplished something on his own. He did not rely on anyone, not even his father. This gave Borgia great confidence. Although from the beginning, his experience, and even his emotional and psychological changes, were secretly arranged by Sunan. Sunan sat on a chair at the ball, and began to communicate with the gargoyle Gage, and others through the wolf pack effect, asking them to bring the spoils back to the wolf house. A beautiful lady in gold and silk clothes walked up to Sunan, and handed him a glass of wine. Lord Sunan, you finally showed up at the ball. Why are you suddenly sitting in your seat and keeping silent? Did someone make you angry? I will definitely help you vent your anger. Sunan smiled and said, Mrs. Alice, no one made me angry. Today is a happy day. Everyone will be very happy at the Peter family's ball. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Mrs. Alice, I heard from your husband, Mr. Nelson King, that you like to read history books, and are a historian. Do you know about Comnenus? Lord Sunan, that's just a nickname given to me by others. Alice's face turned red with guilt and shyness. How can I be considered a historian? But I have read a lot about the history of the Storm Kingdom and the Eastern Empire. About 200 years ago, the Comnenus family was the royal family of the Eastern Empire. But during the Comnenus dynasty of the Eastern Empire, the political situation was chaotic and the royal family murdered each other. It was not a period of prosperity for the Eastern Empire. The Comnenus family was originally a military noble in the Asia Minor military zone. Later, they launched a military coup and became the royal family, but what was dramatic was that in less than 2 years, they were overthrown by the Ducas family. The Ducas family became a royal family through a military coup, but later the Ducas dynasty was overthrown by a military coup, so the Comnenus came back through a military coup. The Eastern Empire did not handle the issue of succession well during its last period, and every change in the royal family was almost always through a military coup. But now the Asia Minor military district is not within the Storm Kingdom. It is in the hands of our common enemy, the Nicomedia Empire, which claims to be the legitimate successor to the Eastern Empire. Lady Alice tried hard to recall, in order to answer the question raised by her young superior noble lord. It was during the Comnenian dynasty that the Platinum Commercial Republic was granted a series of huge trade privileges, and the feudal system and mercenaries were used to replace the original military district system and standing army. It was also the Comnenian dynasty that launched the Holy War of the Order Pantheon, summoning the Holy War army from the Western countries that believed in other Order Pantheons to fight against the armies of the Eastern countries that believed in the Desert Pantheon. It turned out that the Holy War Army, that is, our ancestors came, but they could only focus all their energy on controlling and mistreating our ancestors, and became ineffective. In the end, during the Fourth Holy War, our ancestors usurped this 2,000-year-old empire. Lady Alice smiled and said, the Komnenian dynasty can be said to be a landmark dynasty for the overall decline of the Eastern Human Empire. I heard that the Komnenian dynasty claimed to be a family of gods granted by the god of law, with superintuitive abilities. They once demonstrated their superintuitive abilities to everyone in public to make everyone recognize that they are the incarnations of gods chosen by the god of law. It is said that the purer the blood of the Komnenos family, the stronger their superintuition ability. The pure-blooded Komnenos even claimed that they could use superintuition to understand the direction of their next move faster than the enemy. Lord Sunan, if you are interested, I can lend you my family's collection of books for a while. Sunan nodded. He finally understood why the sorceress always had an idea and came up with a solution to the problem when she was about to be killed in the battle. I have heard the blind man call her Rachel Komnenos before. She should have superintuition ability. However, judging from the actual combat performance, either the Komnenos family boasted about superintuition, or Rachel Komnenos was just a branch of the Komnenos family, with a weak bloodline, so her superintuition ability was not that useful. It seems that during the entire Komnenos dynasty, there was probably a shadow of the sorceress group secretly manipulating. The overall decline and destruction of the Eastern Human Empire may be caused by a warlock group that has been hiding in the dark and guiding this event. However, during that period, the warlock group should not dare to appear in the open, and they did not have as many resources as they do now. This superintuitive ability is very interesting. If it can be analyzed and used by the werewolf deacons, then the reconnaissance ability will be greatly improved. The key is that now I do have two arms of Rachel Komnenos. Sunan thinks that maybe he can really analyze something from these two arms. Even if this ability is given to ordinary werewolves, it can enhance their close combat ability. Chapter 127 The Supergiant Ritual Behind the Decline and Rise of Civilization. During the dance, through the conversation with Mrs. Alice, Sunan suddenly thought of one thing. If the Eastern Human Empire, a country of more than 2,000 years, or their civilization, was suddenly destroyed, the powerful magic of the civilization's collapse would summon back the magic tide, causing the warlock group to start various big moves. What if the Eastern Human Empire was restored? What would happen? Would it drive away the magic tide again, or would other special phenomena occur? After all, although the Eastern Human Empire was destroyed, its capital became Storm Castle. There are also 3/8 of the capital city area, which was given to the Platinum Republic through an agreement when the Storm Kingdom was founded, because the Platinum Republic provided ships and transportation support to the founders of the Storm Kingdom, the Storm Knights. But first of all, the Eastern Empire also has the Nicomedia Empire in the Asia Minor region across the sea. Although the actual size of the empire is only as large as a principality, the empire is just a nice name. And there are some scattered fragments of the empire, which still exist in the form of an autocratic principality. In addition, the Storm Kingdom has recently experienced a series of consecutive blows. The king was captured by King Carlo Yankeo, and the local people's hearts are also fluctuating. The contradiction between the people who believe in the god of law and the lords who believe in the god of storm has become more and more serious as the lords decline. In this case, the Eastern Human Empire has a chance to restore its country, but this is not right. Sunan thought, the Supreme Church and the warlocks have been trying to weaken the Storm Kingdom. It doesn't seem like they want to suppress the remnants of the Eastern Human Empire. Instead, they hope that the Eastern Human Empire will restore its country. Why is this? Could it be that the revival of that ancient civilization will be beneficial to them? Because of his different perspective, Sunan saw the deep undercurrent hidden in the things that were on the surface before. Unexpectedly, the decline and rise and fall of a civilization actually contains conspiracy and intrigue that can destroy the world. The fall and rise of this civilization has essentially become a super large-scale ceremony. Therefore, the great changes in the countries and political situation in this world cannot be viewed with a simple perspective. Forget it. If I can figure out these things, I will figure them out. If I can't figure them out, I will focus on becoming a formal wizard first. Sunan thought. At worst, I can just run away. At worst, after becoming a formal wizard, I can just run away with the territory and come back when I become powerful. It's just like the Orthodox Wizard Society that left this land more than 2000 years ago. From the books collected by the Oak Wizard, Sunan learned that in addition to this main material plane, there are many other planes in the void. Some planes are also material planes, and some planes are special planes such as energy planes, elemental planes, shadow planes, and etheric planes. The types and numbers of planes are very complicated, and even the Orthodox Wizard Society more than 2000 years ago has not explored them clearly. More than 2000 years ago, the Orthodox Wizard Society used an apt metaphor for this situation. We are like frogs on the edge of a pond, just wandering around the pond, but there is a wider territory outside the pond, just as there are more complex planes and worlds. Some planes are even larger than this prime material plane world, and they are also material planes, and they have not even been touched by the gods. It's just that the world structure and world energy level are not as good as the prime material plane world where we are. However, to explore the plane and have spells that can leave the prime material plane, at least you have to be a formal wizard. Therefore, Sunan is eager to become a formal wizard. Sunan also always remembers that his main job is a wizard, and the Lord of the Storm Kingdom is just a deputy job. Sunan nodded to Lady Alice, and Lady Alice was also pleasantly surprised to find that she had successfully flattered the current actual ruler of the South Thrace military region of the Storm Kingdom. Sunan also made a decision just now. He wanted to vassalize the lords around him, including directly controlling Simon territory, which he had defeated, and create a safety belt around his territory. In this way, if the Warlock group, the Bulgars, or any other enemies want to attack him, it will be difficult to attack Peter territory. Sunan thought about it, and summoned the old butler Warwick. Warwick saluted Sunan and said, "Young master, what do you want me to do?" Sunan said, "Go to Simon territory, bypass Baron Simon, support Simon's illegitimate daughter to take the throne, and establish our actual control over Simon territory within a month." Baron Simon said to the outside world that he had a stroke, so he could only give the title to his daughter. You arrange lawyers and church people to handle this matter, and write it into a document and report it to the Storm Royal family. No matter what the attitude of the Storm Royal family will be, you must make the process of this matter flawless. The old butler Warwick is best at handling such trivial matters. Yes, young master. When the gargoyles attacked Simon Castle before, most of the Simon family members were cleared out. It was not that Sunan wanted to retaliate. He just wanted to blow up Simon Castle and completely destroy the last support of the Simon family, but many people from the Simon family live there. However, Sunan deliberately asked the gargoyles not to kill an illegitimate daughter of Baron Simon. Warwick had told him the information of this illegitimate daughter before. This is a poor girl whose mother is the head maid of the Simon family. She was raped by Baron Simon, but Baron Simon shirked the responsibility. In the end, her mother was sunk into the lake by the conservative Storm Church and Baron Simon's original wife. She has always been treated as a servant in the Simon family, or even worse. Because in this era, illegitimate children are better. At most they have no inheritance rights, but illegitimate daughters are more problematic, which means that they can't find men of the same class to marry, which means that their status is neither up nor down, so they can't get the respect of anyone. But she is the best person for Sunan to support and control Simon County. First of all, this guy is also from the Simon family, so the people in the territory will not have much resistance. Secondly, this guy hates the people of the Simon family, so they are his best subordinates. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 Book Bar. Moreover, she has no foundation, and must rely on her own authority. She can easily control it without any effort. At the same time, in front of Cement Town, the complacent Baron Simon whistled, and got off the carriage. The next moment, his pupils were shocked. His pupils shrank completely, and he saw the completely ruined Cement Town in front of him. What happened? How could he leave for a few hours and Cement Town became a memory in his mind, and did not exist in reality at all? Baron Sunan was shocked at first, then suspected that he was dreaming, and then angry. It must be Sunan who did it. But soon he was confused and panicked. Because, until just now, Sunan was at the ball in Peter's castle, chatting and laughing with others, and he didn't look like he was leading a military operation. Besides, how could his town with such strong defense become a ruin in less than an hour, and more than 200 soldiers all became corpses? Baron Sunan suddenly felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He remembered the kind warning given to him by the little girl Frank. I want to find the Othello family. I want to find the Othello family, to seek justice for me. I want to find the Othello family, to seek justice for me. Crazy, crazy. No, what about my castle and my family? Baron Sunan suddenly showed a terrified expression on his face, and he began to yell at the coachman and servants on the carriage, "Take me back to my castle. Immediately. Immediately." But his coachman and servants did not move, just stood there, looking at the ruins of Cement Town. It's not that they are disobedient, but their families were moved to Cement Town by the kind Baron Sunan before. But now Cement Town has become like this. Now they are all in a state of psychological breakdown. 20 minutes later, Baron Sunan stood in front of his ruined castle. He opened his mouth, angry and scared, but also a little fortunate that his castle did not become a complete ruin like Cement Town. There were only a dozen big holes. At least it can be repaired and used, right? But Baron Sunan soon thought of a serious problem. How are his family members living in the castle now? Chapter 128 Internal Reorganization of the 3 major guilds in Maple Leaf Town. After one night, the lords of the entire South Thrace military region all knew what happened last night. The Sunan family, which tried to challenge Peter's dominant position in the South Thrace military region, was almost uprooted overnight. The entire family members were almost wiped out, leaving only an illegitimate daughter and some distant family relatives. Since then, the Sunan family branch in the Storm Kingdom has almost been wiped out. Even the Cement Town invested by the monopoly merchant family Othello disappeared overnight. This caused very serious problems. Physical annihilation does not solve all problems, but it can definitely solve most of them. Cement Town was completely destroyed, but the funds and materials borrowed by the Sunan family from various parties were placed in Cement Town, and now they are gone. There are also merchants from all over the world who put materials in Cement Town for storage, and now they are gone. After last night, the Sunan family has lost its reputation. Therefore, the bankrupt merchants did not know themselves. The small and medium-sized merchants who had heard the name of the Othello family and ran over excitedly were all affected. Now they can only try to ask Baron Sunan to recover compensation. On the contrary, the merchants who stayed in Maple Leaf Town did not suffer any loss. Moreover, the next day, they heard the good news that Sunan was going to invest heavily in Maple Leaf Town again, expand the business scale of Maple Leaf Town, and give certain subsidies to those merchants. As for where the batch of storm gold coins that Sunan suddenly took out came from, all parties were thinking about it and had their own guesses. Inside the guild buildings of the Carpentry Guild, Textile Industry Guild and other guilds in Maple Leaf Town, every family was decorated with lights and colors to celebrate that they had won the business competition with the Sunan family and the Othello family in this unexpected way. In the Carpentry Guild, Mrs. who was wearing the clothes of a male low-level noble, even had a smile in her eyes. She said to the old carpenters who registered the Maple Leaf Town Carpentry Guild, "Everyone, what did I say? I said that Lord Sunan would definitely solve this matter. We just need to wait quietly." Some of you complained that I didn't think of a solution earlier. Many old carpenters were a little ashamed. More middle-aged carpenters and others were talking about their current benefits and income with a little excitement. This morning, the number of bulk orders my shop received has increased several times. But I directly raised the price by 1/3. Those people nearby who bought furniture from our shop didn't dare to say anything. Who told them to flatter the powerful and bully the weak in the past 3 months? Another young carpenter said, this morning, the Maple Leaf Town Bulletin Board posted a notice to expand Maple Leaf Town's infrastructure and welcome more outsiders to live in Maple Leaf Town. The more prosperous Maple Leaf Town is, the more prosperous our Carpenters Guild will be. The more guests there are in Maple Leaf Town, the more money we carpenters can make. President Yus thought for a moment and said to them, regarding this, the presidents of our 3 major guilds discussed it and thought that we should let Lord Sunan participate more deeply in the management of our guild. This is good for everyone. Everything that happened in the past has shown how protective and important Lord Sunan is to our Maple Leaf Town. Plus, we may have made many wrong decisions and ideas in the past, so I propose that Lord Warwick, a subordinate of Lord Sunan, join our guild to make decisions on trade prices, issue trade licenses, train carpenters, and so on. President is meant to let the guild organization, which was originally very independent and existed as a similar union, accept Sunan's management and coordination. Originally, the 3 major guilds of fur, woodworking and textile industries in Maple Leaf Town could set their own prices and trade quantities for the products produced by their guilds, as well as the number of registered craftsmen. In Maple Leaf Town, if you are not recognized by the Carpentry Guild, you are not allowed to do carpentry work. At most, you can make some furniture yourself, but you cannot sell wooden furniture to others. The medieval guilds of this era are basically a self-managed organization from bottom to top, which not only undertakes the task of protecting the interests of craftsmen within the guild, but also safeguards the interests of industry organization personnel. Basically, it will not make people rich. If you make a little more money, you have to stop, limit your production quantity, and let other carpenters produce more and make more money. In fact, everyone makes about the same money. It will not let carpenters starve to death, nor will it let carpenters get rich or generate big capital by hiring others. This is a special union that is limited by the limited purchasing power under the manor, knight territory, economy. At the same time, the power of the guild is very large. For example, the price of wooden furniture here is determined by the guild, and it is absolutely the same price without any price fluctuations. But now, President Yus means that Sunan's people will be allowed to directly control and manage the guild, so as to completely rely on Sunan. In fact, the reason why the 3 presidents made such a decision was proposed by the rich businessman Pig. The rich businessman Pig told them that if Sunan didn't mention the things that happened before, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Lord Sunan definitely wants to develop Maple Leaf Town, but it doesn't mean that he will tolerate the 3 guilds that accommodate all the craftsmen in Maple Leaf Town to continue to develop independently. The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel, unless the guild takes the initiative to return part of its power to Sunan and becomes a ruling body controlled by Sunan in Maple Leaf Town. In this way, the 3 major guilds will not be a cancer, but will become a weapon for Sunan to accurately control Maple Leaf Town, prices, the number of workers, and even the supply and demand relationship. And this is also good for the 3 major guilds. Lord Sunan is making the pie bigger. As long as they follow Lord Sunan, they can make money continuously. Now it is different from the past. In the past, everyone had so many resources, so they needed to fight for them and had to calculate each other. But now the pie is getting bigger, so they don't need to waste their energy. So the 3 major guilds made today's proposal. To the surprise of President Yes, the carpenters of the Carpentry Guild did not have much resistance to this, but directly supported it. Without Lord Sunan, Maple Leaf Town would have been in trouble during the Bulgar raid. Yes, and Lord Sunan's decisions are always right. Letting him guide our guild might be better, and it would prevent the real foundation of our guilds, the carpenters, from being bullied by some guild organizers. It couldn't be better for Lord Baron to manage us directly. There are no middlemen. Mrs. realized belatedly that even within the guild, there were serious conflicts between the craftsmen and the guild managers. So, on the second day after Sunan destroyed Cement Town, the 3 major guilds in Maple Leaf Town directly gave the management rights to Sunan, allowing Sunan to completely control Maple Leaf Town. You know, in this era, lords often appear, fatten up the commercial town, and the town council of that commercial town will find a way to become independent. Unlike now, Sunan can actually control Maple Leaf Town more accurately. This is actually a good thing for the business environment of Maple Leaf Town itself, because Sunan can make appropriate adjustments when the prices of certain commodities in Maple Leaf Town are very high or very low, making the business mechanism of Maple Leaf Town more reasonable. At the same time, on the third day after the bad news of the Sunan family, news came from Sunan territory that Baron Sunan had a stroke and was lying in bed unable to move. He could no longer stand up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, The Loyalty and Conversion of Baron Pariah Plebsuman, 30 Ordinary Werewolves. Plebsuman, the only remaining illegitimate daughter of the Sunan family, immediately went to Peter territory on the third day to visit Sunan and express her respect and obedience to Sunan. At the same time, Father Louis of the Peter family and the lawyers working for the Peter family immediately found various legal grounds and religious support for Plebsuman to inherit the title, and wrote letters to apply for the Storm royal family to confer the title. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that the Sunan family was already a vassal of Sunan at this moment. At the same time, the Frank family visited Sunan again and expressed their obedience again. From then on, these two territories became Sunan's tributary territories. In the castle of the Peter family, at the dining table, Sunan looked at Plebsuman with messy hair, smiled gently and said, "Sunan, if you want, I can decide to change your name. The name pleb is indeed a bit insulting. In the language of the people of the Storm Kingdom, pleb is a noun that specifically refers to extremely low status civilians. Baron Sunan gave her this name, which shows how casual it was, and even deliberately insulted her. Plebsuman's eyes were filled with tears. No one had ever spoken to her so gently, and no one had ever spoken to her so respectfully. Thank you, Lord Sunan." Plebsuman sat at the dining table, bowed his head to Sunan, and said respectfully, "But no need. Even with this humble name, I will firmly sit on the Baron Sunan title that the people of the Sunan family dream of. My refusal is not disrespectful to you. You know, I don't mean that." Plebsuman said, "Lord Sunan, you know, those distant relatives of the Sunan family, and my father's surviving wife, what are they saying about me now? They say I'm a pariah baron." Plebsuman raised the corners of his mouth and said, "But no matter how they curse me in private, I'm the one who inherits the Sunan territory and title. They are only worthy of cursing me in private in an ugly way, and they expect me not to retaliate against them, but this is impossible. It doesn't matter if they insult me, but they can't insult my mother. My mother was only forced by that beast. I'm very grateful to you, Lord Sunan. You are the one who saved me from the abyss. No matter what you ask of me in the future, I will do it." Sunan smiled. "In that case, I will not force you to change your name. Pleb, I help you, because you are a very good person. The first time I saw you, I knew you would be a person who could do things well. It's not because I pity you, or for any other reason. I chose you, because you are very talented." Pleb's face was so hot, that it turned red. She was completely immersed in Sunan's praise of her, and even her eyes were wet. Lord Sunan was much gentler than she had imagined. Just like a ray of sunshine in winter. How could those idiots of the Sunan family still think that Lord Sunan was a terrible and cold person? Sunan suddenly changed the subject. "So, pleb, what I need is a capable ally, not an incompetent servant. So, Miss Pleb, please believe in yourself. You are capable of being Baron Sunan." "That's what I said." Plebsuman stood up and saluted to Sunan, saying, "You are right, Lord Sunan. I will keep your words in mind and dare not forget your instructions. Lord Warwick asked me to set up a guide in Sunan territory. I have asked the subordinates of the Sunan family to do it. Our Sunan territory now positions itself as a good job of protecting Peter territory and a filter to prevent dangerous and suspicious people from entering Peter territory." Sunan nodded slightly, and then he left the table, because Blum told himself through the wolf pack effect that he was ready to transform 30 ordinary werewolves, and he still had to go to the scene to ensure that there would be no mistakes. In addition, within these 3 days, he had created a new werewolf subspecies potion, which could be used to further strengthen the all-round reconnaissance and defense system in his territory. After leaving the castle, Sunan stood in front of the wolf house and said to himself, "As long as I praise Plebsuman well, she will become very motivated. She is a very cute girl, but she is too young and her true ability cannot be seen yet. She needs to grow up. Suppressing her will only prevent her from growing, so I will praise her a little. This will also make it easier to gain her unswerving loyalty to him. Sometimes Sunan is not incapable of handling interpersonal relationships, but he does not care and does not need to. As a wizard, his learning ability is far superior to that of ordinary people, so how could he not know this little skill of commanding subordinates? In front of the wolf house, veteran Blom has fed different branches of werewolf potions to 30 newly adult hounds. Now he has 30 super werewolf messengers, 9 super werewolf deacons, 2 mutant werewolves, Wolf Big and Wolf 2, and 1 mutant werewolf deacon, Wolf 3. A total of 42 werewolves transformed from hounds. But now, with the howling of wolves in the wolf house, 30 more werewolves transformed from hounds joined his werewolf group. And those eliminated hounds could only listen to the howling of wolves and whimper in fear. Among these 30 new ordinary werewolves, 20 were transformed into ordinary werewolf messengers, and 10 were transformed into werewolf deacons. In this way, he had 20 ordinary werewolf messengers, 30 super werewolf messengers, 2 mutant werewolf messengers equivalent to the first class wizard apprentice stage, 10 ordinary werewolf deacons, 9 super werewolf deacons, and 1 mutant werewolf deacon. Because of the werewolves transformed from hounds, there are now a total of 72. In this way, Sunan's strategic space has been greatly increased, such as how many werewolves to assign to patrol Maple Leaf Town. At the same time, Sunan also commissioned Sulan to create 100 cannon fodder type plaster gargoyles at one time. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publish a novel 69 book bar read. In order to prevent Sulan from being exhausted, Sunan repeatedly emphasized that there was no need to pursue artistic quality too much, and the plaster gargoyles this time could be ordinary. Even if you make a mold, make a plaster gargoyle first, and then copy the 99 later, it would be fine. However, Sunan was a little unsure whether people like Sulan would take the initiative to reduce the quality of his artwork. Perhaps for such a large volume job, he should let Sulan design the drawings in the future, and then let the ordinary stonemasons in the territory do it according to the drawings. Since the first emotion of these wolfmen transformed from hounds is loyalty to Sunan, after the transformation, their loyalty to Sunan has increased by more than 10 times. 30 werewolf messengers, wagging their tails, all look forward to Sunan touching their wolf heads. It's a pity that Sunan is now focusing on the 8 black and white sheepdog pups that Blom bought in Maple Leaf Town, which look like border collies. His new werewolf subspecies is the Werewolf Inspector. It is a type that does not strengthen the body or the detection ability, but takes the route of strengthening the brain. Although the command ability cannot be compared with the higher level werewolves and werewolf leaders who have been transformed from humans, after all, the predecessor is just a hound. But the direction of strengthening the brain is a more subtle branch direction, the direction of integrating comprehensive information ability. This means that the werewolf inspector will be able to sort out the information obtained from the wolf pack effect, which has reached more than 20 werewolf deacons, simplify the repeated information, and pass it to the high-level werewolves and werewolf leaders. Because the number of werewolf deacons has increased, the information to be processed has also increased. This has long exceeded the original processing capacity of simply commanding the wolf pack, and has created a command information redundancy burden for Sunan, Warwick and Pera. Therefore, Sunan wants to create a werewolf inspector subspecies to process the information detected by the werewolf deacons, and simplify the information, so that the higher level werewolves, werewolf leaders, and werewolf warriors can control the wolf pack more simply and quickly. At the same time, the werewolf inspector is expected to provide ordinary werewolves with various other state support capabilities, such as inspiring the fighting spirit of the werewolves through wolf howl. Sunan even added the aura magic he saw in the Oak Wizard's collection of books to the werewolf inspectors. However, the 8 sheepdogs he adopted are not yet grown up, so he can only wait until they grow up before conducting performance tests. At the same time, within these 3 days, Sunan has increased his mental power to 52 by taking 2 potions that enhance mental power, and learned the Oak Wizard's first class wizard apprentice level spell, the trees and grasses see enemies curse. He used a large amount of mental power, provided by the mental power potion, to reconstruct 2 sets of 4-dimensional rune systems in his mind in a very short period of time, and reach the level that a first-class wizard apprentice should have. But in fact, he has not fully kept up with his current actual level. After all, in the process of taking drugs, I have increased my mental strength by more than 2 times in the past month. Regardless of the progress of spell models and meditation, I have already left the level of a first-class wizard apprentice, at least reaching the middle level. The reason why I can improve so fast is that I have taken a lot of potions and I have inherited the legacy of a formal wizard. Most first-class wizard apprentices do not have such abundant resources. Chapter 130, News of the Witches Gathering, and the Noble Sword Alepha. As for the Oak Wizard's legacy, the digestible part has actually been digested by about half. The indigestible part needs to wait until he becomes a first-ring wizard, or upgrade to the level of a senior first-class wizard apprentice, before he can continue to digest it. For example, his magic pumpkin, magic peas and elf roses. It's not that they can't be used now, but it would be a waste to use them. At the same time, Sunan finally figured out why there are some areas in the Oak Wizard's maze where the flow of time can be accelerated. This is essentially not a real acceleration of time. It is a tricky way to change the flow of time in some areas of the subspace. The Oak Wizard used the life saplings in the Wizard Tower to infuse a large amount of life energy into the soil of that subspace in a short period of time, causing the subspace soil area to have an energy surplus phenomenon, and then guided this area to accelerate time. This is a special method that must use life saplings and must be used in a smaller subspace, because if the volume of the subspace is too large, or it is in the main material plane, this level of life energy is just like sprinkling water. It is impossible to cause the energy surplus phenomenon. Knowing the principle, Sunan gave up the idea of using this magic of speeding up time on the werewolves. After all, it was not really speeding up time. The intelligent brain is currently analyzing the 3 first-string spells left by the Oak Wizard, namely, Tree Arrows of the Oak Wizard, No Traversal Spell, and Oak Magic Armor. Unfortunately, these are all first-string spells. Before Sunan became a first-class wizard, it was difficult to learn and use these spells. He could only disassemble the parts that he could use. Sunan was like facing a sea, but he could only dig out a part of the sea each time. But despite this, these resources still played a huge role in promoting Sunan's magic potion system. It's like throwing a lot of precious fuel into a furnace. The flames in this furnace will become more and more vigorous. After another 3 days of study, Sunan's mental power increased to 55, which was almost close to the limit of 2 magic potions to quickly increase mental power. On this day, Sunan asked Pera to dismiss the maids on the 3rd floor of Peter's castle, and asked them to stay in the servants' room. Sunan summoned Borgia Frederick in the study. Sunan smiled at him and said, "Are you impatient, my friend?" Borgia Frederick said, "Sunan, my friend, I want to borrow some money. I'm eager to return to the Achaean Peninsula. This really cannot be delayed any longer. I have wasted more than a month here. I want to go back, to prevent everything from being taken away from me." Sunan shook his head and instructed him, "Sometimes, it is better not to be there than to be there in a hurry. You are too anxious, my friend." Borgia Frederick calmed down a little, because Sunan had persuaded him in this way a few days ago. As a result, he thought about it for a few days in the Peter family's castle, but he couldn't figure out why he couldn't go back in a hurry now. Borgia asked Sunan, "Sunan, my friend, why can't I hurry back now?" Sunan tapped the table with his fingers and said, "I want to ask you, does your father, the bishop, write a letter to the people he left in Achaea every once in a while, or something else, to inform them, so that his subordinates in the Achaean Peninsula know that he is safe?" Borgia nodded. "That's right. According to the agreement, it will be written every 3 months. And I also know the special format of the code at the beginning of their letters. The fire clay seal that keeps the letter complete is also the family inheritance necklace I'm wearing around my neck now. And, my father specially trained me to imitate his handwriting." Borgia suddenly seemed to have just figured out something, and looked at Sunan in shock. Sunan threw a blank letter on the desk, and slid towards Borgia. "Your father really thought long term about you. This will be good for our next plan. Now you can imitate your father and write a letter back so that others will mistakenly believe that your father is still alive. Now the news is blocked by me and the situation is so chaotic, no one will have any doubts. Borgia's eyes widened and he showed a look of how can it be like this? He didn't expect that Sunan would be so bold and lie directly and treat so many dead people as if they were still alive. Sunan went on, even if you can borrow the money to go back now, in everyone's eyes, you are just fleeing in panic and are a lost dog. You will definitely be despised when you go back. You haven't even started competing with the enemy for the position of bishop. You have already lost more than half. But change your mindset, you can go back as a hero of the church. Borgia was a little confused. He looked at Sunan and asked, can I return to Achaya as a hero? Sunan nodded seriously and said, just package it well. I will arrange a wizard's body for you to take back. So, you can go back like this and tell the priests of the church in Achaya that your father, the bishop, encountered an evil wizard. After a hard fight, your father and the 10 knights of the church's favor are all dead. And you, after a heroic battle, finally killed the wizard. You are not a lost dog. After watching your father sacrifice himself for the church, you stepped forward and bravely killed the wizard. You are the star of hope for the next generation of the Storm Church. Borgia was stunned and then began to mutter to himself. I'm not an incompetent lost dog. I'm the star of hope. I'm the star of hope. I fought bravely for the church, the star of hope. Borgia suddenly shouted in the study. He subconsciously looked at Sunan, feeling a little sorry, but who knew that Sunan looked at him very tolerantly. Sunan said to him, that's right. You have to have this belief. In fact, many things will be better handled if you consider them from a different angle that is beneficial to you. Your father was indeed killed by a wizard, and you did survive the wizard's hands. I will give you another corpse that looks like a wizard. Who can say anything? Aren't these all facts? Borgia, I believe you are a devout priest, and you are the best servant of the god of storms. Please believe my judgment of you. People like you must become bishops. No one else is worthy except you. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Borgia was so moved that he almost cried. Sunan, my friend, you are really my savior. I have never thought of these things before. If I can become a bishop, whoever dares to accuse you of anything in the future, I will use my religious authority and moral authority to make him the target of public criticism. After Borgia's excitement, he reacted a little. But even so, I have no army. If they assassinate me, Sunan said calmly, those who assassinate the heroes of the church will be cursed by the god of storms. And I will let my guard, a senior official storm knight, Blom, go back to your family with you to protect you until you become a bishop. At the same time, I will lend you some soldiers and help you build momentum. Blom walked out from behind the bookshelf in the study. He looked at Borgia with some disdain, but still tried his best to hide the disdain in his eyes. Since Sunan wanted to support a bishop of the Storm Church, he would just obey his orders. Borgia seemed a little too excited, or he had already prepared to present his treasure. He took a sword from his waist and handed it to Blom. Thank you, Sunan. Mr. Blom, this is the famous sword, Aleph, the sword of virtue, that has been passed down in my family. Sunan suddenly looked up at Borgia in surprise. He didn't expect that the famous sword of the Storm Kingdom, Aleph, the sword of virtue, would be in the hands of Borgia's family. This is really, according to legend, the famous sword, Aleph, the sword of virtue, is the sword of the powerful storm knight Aleph. The sword itself is blessed by the god of storms, and only knights with high moral character can use it. The noble storm knight, Aleph, was a powerful knight who was active in the founding period of the Storm Kingdom 58 years ago. Sunan even suspected that he was a senior knight. The noble storm knight, Aleph, once went deep into the pagan army and was surrounded by 8,000 pagan soldiers. With a sword in his hand and a warhorse under his crotch, he fought his way out of the siege, achieved his illustrious reputation, and laid a solid foundation for the Storm Knights to defeat the pagan coalition. Because of his breakout, the pagans wasted the time to assemble their army, which led to the pagans' division of troops in the decisive battle, resulting in failure. Unexpectedly, Borgia actually carried such a good thing with him. It seems that he is serious about winning me over. He even used the relatively low cost effective method of giving me treasures. Sunan looked at Blom and signaled that he could accept it. He had already asked the intelligent computer to check this sword. This sword is indeed not a show off. First of all, the casting process is very good, and a crystal is inlaid on the gorgeous hilt. In addition, the actual performance of this sword may exceed the materials used, and the forging process used. The hardness of this sword is very high. Perhaps it is really blessed by the god of storms. Sunan couldn't help but wonder if there are many similar knight swords blessed by the god of storms in the church. Using this famous sword can increase the fighting power of a werewolf warrior like Blom. After Sunan arranged Borgia, Pera walked into Sunan's study. The head maid Pera said, "Lord Sunan, I don't know whether to inform you about this matter, because I think this is very likely a liar. A businessman from outside came to Maple Leaf Town. After learning that you might like to know anecdotes, he actually found me and told me that he had encountered a gathering of witches trading with each other 3 years ago. He wants to sell this anecdote to you in exchange for a certain amount of storm gold. Do you want to meet him?" Sunan was originally tidying up the table and organizing the territory decree documents on the table. At this moment, he suddenly looked up at Pera and said, "Whether it is true or not, let's meet first." Chapter 131, a female witch who is a first-class apprentice in herbology. In the small reception room on the first floor of Peter's castle, Sunan looked at the merchant in front of him who claimed to be from the Attica Peninsula. This was a middle-aged man with a weathered look on his face. He was obviously one of the countless merchants who traveled all over the country in this era. His identity as a merchant should be true. The Attica Peninsula is one of the two most important peninsulas in the southern part of the Storm Kingdom, along with the Atrian Peninsula. Sunan asked him, "What's your name? You said before that you ran into a witch gathering. Assuming this is true, then I want to ask you, why were you able to escape from the witch gathering? Did those witches not find you? What method did you use to prevent them from finding you?" Merchant, don't be afraid. Even if there are some slightly exaggerated words, as long as you can provide me with useful information, I will give you an equal reward and welcome you to come again next time. Lionel, a merchant from the Attica Peninsula, looked at Sunan with some fear. As an ordinary merchant, he would have felt very stressed when facing the Night Lord. Moreover, Sunan had a unique temperament, and his bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, as if he had seen him clearly from beginning to end. The exaggerated words he had prepared at the beginning were forced to be swallowed back under Sunan's gaze as soon as they came to his lips. He decided to tell the truth. The merchant Lionel stood up and performed the etiquette of meeting a noble to Sunan, and then said, "Lord Sunan, I'm honored to meet you. Everything I say below is true and will never be false. I have really seen a witch before. The main trade route for my business is to bring grain from the Attica Peninsula to Elis, the richest city in southern Thrace, for sale. I have even met Count Elis a few times because of this. But one day, when my caravan was traveling on a deserted road leading to Elis, the hoof of one of my pack horses was injured and was bleeding. You also know that these pack horses are the most important assets for us merchants, but we can't wait for the injured pack horses to recover on the trade route, because it is very dangerous in the wild, and the goods we carry must also be delivered to the city of Elis as soon as possible. So, I want to lead my injured pack horse to a dense forest with no one, and then when I come back, I can find the horse again." Merchant Lionel glanced at Sunan and continued, "That day, I just kept pulling and pulling, deep into a jungle that I had never been to before, and should be sparsely populated. Who knew that day, a storm suddenly broke out, with lightning and thunder in the sky. My foot slipped, and I fell down with the horse. My horse died on the spot. Only I was still hanging on, not dead. Just when I thought I was going to die, god of storms, I suddenly heard a group of women's voices." Sunan was already interested and signaled him to continue with his eyes. Merchant Lionel continued, "I thought to myself, this is so strange. In this sparsely populated jungle, and in a stormy weather, a group of women were talking and laughing above the pit where I fell. But later, the content of their conversation scared me. God of storms, this is terrible." Sunan sat on the chair in the small reception room and became more curious about his story. "So what did they say?" Merchant Lionel smiled bitterly. Lord Sunan, they were discussing me, saying that a man and an old horse fell into the pit under their feet. One woman argued that both I and the old horse had died. But the other woman said that I still had a breath. They argued, and some women thought that I was already a dead person, with only a breath, not alive. The woman who thought I was still alive got angry, and then said that as a first-class wizard apprentice in herbalism, she was best at making healing potions, and she could save me at any time, as long as she wanted. She could use the 3 plants next to the pit to immediately prepare herbs that could save me. The other women were laughing at her, so she made a bottle of herbs on the spot, but she suddenly said to me, who was waiting to die in the pit, that she was a witch who harmed others for her own benefit, and would not help me like this, because I can't pay enough. So she made this bottle of herbs just to prove her ability. She would put the herbs next to the pit, but she would never give them to me. Merchant Lionel recalled, but those women have seen the herbs she made. Instead of laughing at them, they began to praise her for her herbal preparation skills. Then, they seemed to have some transactions. They seemed to trade next to the earth pit on the last day of every month. There are more or less people coming every month, but they said that it is a very famous place for trading called the Witch Coven of the Petrified Witch. So many wizard apprentices hidden in the mortal world will go there. They traded a lot of things, but I can't remember the names of those things at all. Some things even give me a headache just by thinking about them. Sunan's eyes became serious. Some of the wizard's things have mental radiation, that is, people with low mental power. Just remembering will cause a physical burden on him, so his body will deliberately forget. Since the merchant in front of him even mentioned this point, it proves that he may have really encountered this witch coven. Sunan didn't expect that the wizard he had been looking for such a long time would actually have such a monthly wizard gathering in the South Lay District Military District, where wizards would trade magic resources. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar, but this is normal. Many things are actually hidden. It's not that they don't exist, but that you can't find them or see them. As long as you have enough strength, these things will automatically enter your field of vision sooner or later. The businessman Lionel covered his head and said to Sunan, I also heard that an old witch among them who looked very strong talked about the origin of this gathering. It seems that the petrified witch who presided over this gathering is a half-step formal wizard. She used a special thing a long time ago to turn herself into a real stone and buried herself in that pit. But when a certain tide comes, she will activate something to turn herself from stone back into a human. I was able to survive later because the storm that day was so big, and I was so lucky. Not long after those witches finished the transaction and left, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck and smashed the bottle of potion next to the pit. Then, the broken potion flowed into the pit with the storm water. I just drank a few sips of the herbal potion mixed with muddy water, and I suddenly felt that I had strength, and then I climbed out of the pit, and the wound stopped bleeding. Although my fractures are still not healed, and my wounds are not healed, it is enough for me to find my caravan, and then I fight to go to the city in LS and find a doctor to treat my injuries. That's all I know, Lord Sunan. Some of the terms I don't understand at all, I just memorize them by force. I tried to tell many people about this, but they all thought I was crazy. Some even tried to report me to the church. Then I kept it deep in my heart. Until I met you. The businessman Lionel said cautiously. Lord Sunan, how much do you think this information is worth? Sunan fell into thought. So that's it. From this story, Sunan understood that the petrified witch was the core organizer of this witch gathering. This witch gathering was probably an organization she created to trade magic resources. Chapter 130 to curse magic and counter curse. Uprising in the earldom. The petrified witch may have used magic to turn herself into stone, which allowed her to survive in the 2000 years without magic, and used this method to prevent herself from aging. At least she could delay her aging as much as possible. At the same time, she set up a counterspell to petrify herself in advance. This counterspell will not work when the magic tide recedes, but when the magic tide comes again, it will work with the support of the magic tide and undo the curse magic that turned her into stone. In this way, she can return again. The first time Sunan knew about the counterspell was from a magic book in the private library of the Oak Wizard. The so-called counterspell is a spell that can break the effect of one's own magic curse. Many curse magics have counterspells. In this way, if a wizard curses the wrong person, or does not want to continue to curse that person, he can use the counterspell to remove the curse. It will not cause an irreversible situation. According to the notes written by Oak Wizard in that book, the reason why the counter curse appeared in the wizard world was because more than 2000 years ago, there was a second ring witch who was good at cursing. When she was fighting with the first ring wizard, she was set a trap by the other party and cursed herself, so she cursed herself to death. This incident was publicized by the first ring wizard as his own achievements and honors, and he was of course praised. But at that time, the wizards in the wizard world, who took the route of curse magic, were greatly shocked by this, so they began to focus on the development of counter curses. They didn't want to let this kind of situation of cursing themselves to death happen again. Sunan thought to himself, when the magic tide recedes, if you only use magic to turn yourself into a temporary stone, the magic effect will be cancelled as the magic tide recedes. After the magic that keeps this person turned into stone disappears, this person will also return to being a human. So, the petrified witch must have used magic that can really turn herself into an irreversible stone, and set up a counter spell in advance, waiting for the magic tide that may restore her, and then use the counter spell to restore herself. It's amazing that she can think of this method. Sunan knew that this method was not as wonderful as it seemed. The danger in it was like walking on a tightrope. If she took a wrong step, the petrified witch would really turn herself into a permanent stone, and she was afraid that she herself could not be sure whether the counter spell would still work after the passage of time. If she was dug out during this process, she would probably be regarded as a real stone forever. In essence, what she did was to kill herself once and then resurrect herself. It's just that the way she killed herself was a curse magic that could be broken by the counter spell. In other words, she killed herself once in a way that was possible and could be redeemed. Completely turning into stone and being turned into stone by magic are two different concepts of magic, things of different levels. Sunan can probably understand why the petrified witch did such a risky thing. What is the concept of the magic tide receding? It is probably like the water in the pond has reached the bottom in a drought year. The larger the fish in the pond, the more they can't survive. The land with thin magic is becoming more and more difficult for senior first class wizard apprentices with powerful magic and close to the first ring wizard to survive. The petrified witch didn't want to gradually lose her magic and die mediocrely, and was abandoned in this land without magic. At that time, she must have risked her life and used all her wisdom and magic resources to design such a mechanism to petrify herself. Half a step to a formal wizard? It seems that this very courageous old witch is now very close to a formal wizard. After being resurrected more than 2000 years later, her mind was not affected at all. She felt discouraged and still wanted to complete her magic path and become a formal wizard. And this wizard market is very useful to her. I can use the low-level potions with excess production capacity to exchange for more advanced magic resources. In this way, I can be more in line with the orthodox wizard world. Sunan tapped the table with his fingers and began to think about what kind of benefits this wizard gathering can bring to him. Lionel, the information you brought me is very good. I'm willing to bid 20 storm gold coins. Do you think it's okay if you have similar information in the future, or if your merchant friends have it, you can also come to me, but remember, you have to be as meaningful as you are. Merchant Lionel looked at Sunan with joy. He didn't expect that the Lord not only believed his story that sounded like he was mentally ill, but also gave him 20 storm gold coins. You know, this is just a message, not an actual item. Merchant Lionel saluted Sunan and expressed his gratitude. Lord, generous and trustworthy, your reputation makes me feel that Maple Leaf Town's business is so reliable. In the future, I will tell my merchant friends about your reputation and your wealth. And now Samori is in turmoil and can no longer bear the function of a commercial town. In the future, my friends and I will probably move our trade routes to Maple Leaf Town. Sunan showed doubts. What happened in Samori? I remember that the Bulgars did not go there, and the Platinum Republic has an agreement with our king. The Platinum Republic is responsible for helping us protect the coast and resist pirates. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. As the price for their trading privileges in the Storm Kingdom, Samori is not in danger of being attacked by pirates. The merchant Lionel said to Sunan, Lord Sunan, you are in the north of Samori City and Samori territory, so you don't know about the riots yet. We ran here from Count Samori's territory. Now there is a huge riot in Samori City. We are just merchants, and don't know the real reason for the riot. We only know that Count Samori himself is not doing a good job in management and his family finances have problems. So he learned from the bankers of the Republic and set up a family bank. Sunan was speechless. Family bank? Then you don't need to listen to it, you know what will happen. This kind of family bank is better called legal robbery. Small banks get a lot of money and spend it recklessly, and the result is that they can't pay back the depositors at all. Lionel said, the Samori family bank has stored the money of many people in Samori City. As a result, the money cannot be withdrawn due to the poor management of Count Samori. Count Samori made a law, forcibly stipulating that, if the family bank goes bankrupt, the Samori family does not have to repay the money. Then, Samori City rioted. Some believers of the God of Law took the opportunity to shout slogans to restore the Eastern Empire and drive away the Storm Night Lord, and attracted a large number of civilians to follow. More than 95% of the population of Samori still maintains their belief in the God of Law. What made things even more out of control was that a Storm Night attendant died in Samori City the next day. The Count suspected that it was caused by the mob, so he started to let the army massacre the troublemakers. Merchant Lionel said to Sunan, so now merchants dare not approach Samori City and can only go to the surrounding small commercial towns. We can only find a new and stable commercial trade market again. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He sensed a conspiracy in this. How could a common civilian riot kill a knight's squire? Someone must have fanned the flames. As for who it was, Sunan could guess it with his eyes closed. Those people from the supreme cult would cause destruction near his territory, and they would definitely cause destruction in other places at the same time. The reason why his territory and the nearby territories were so orderly was only because the blind nun, that little bitch, had never hit him several times. Chapter 133, Triumphant Claw Potion and Discovery of the Entrance to the Underground World. After learning from the merchant Lionel that the earldom of Samori, the largest lord in the South Thrace military region, was in turmoil, Sunan felt that this would be good for his territory. Anyway, since your city of Samori cannot provide the function of a commercial market, it must be replaced by the surrounding towns that can provide this function. In this way, the status of Maple Leaf Town can be further improved. Moreover, if Sunan wants to upgrade his territory, he will definitely conflict with the Samori family. After all, no one wants to see a commercial town of the same level and an earldom of the same level in the area where his territory is located. However, Sunan has no time to deal with this matter for the time being. The merchant Lionel has drawn the specific location of the petrified witches market and provided it to him. Since it is now the middle of this month, the gathering will definitely not be held yet, but Sunan decided to go to the earldom of Samori on the last day of this month and bring some low-level potions to participate in the witch gathering. See if he can exchange some useful magic resources. This market is so close to my territory, it would be a waste if I don't go. Moreover, the merchant Lionel said that this market will be held every month, which means that there must be many wizard apprentices going to this market. I really don't know how these wizard apprentices, whose existence I have never noticed before, usually live in the world dominated by the Church of Storms. Moreover, after thinking for a while, Sunan believes that the reason why the merchant Lionel survived is not because of his good luck. It was the group of witches who did it on purpose. Why? The reason is that this gathering must be organized by the petrified witches to exchange magic resources. If the petrified witches want to be promoted to formal wizards, they have to collect resources. Therefore, the petrified witches must want more wizard apprentices to enter this witch market. But in this society, dominated by the Church of Storms, the word wizard is a taboo, and she certainly can't take it to the street to promote her gathering. Therefore, she needs to create this kind of rumors among ordinary people to make this matter look like a strange talk. But if there are wizards who know about this, they will definitely know that there is a witch market hidden in the earldom of Samori. 5 days later, Borgia and Blom, who were ready, took a boat, took a militia of 30 people, and a grass spirit corpse given to them by Sunan, and left the coast of Baron Peter's territory. At the same time, Sunan also spent money to arrange some refugees to build momentum for Borgia, the hero who killed the wizard, in advance, and help him return to the Achaean Peninsula. This is just a casual move for Sunan, but if it succeeds, it will still gain a lot. At the same time, Sunan's mental power has reached 60 in these 5 days. After reaching 60, the effect of the mental power enhancement +4 potion and the life essence concentration potion will be much smaller. The mental power is only increased by 0.2-0.3 every day. It is expected that after his mental power reaches 65, the effect of these 2 potions will be further reduced. At the same time, Sunan had completed 31 of the 100 gargoyles that Solon had carved. After transforming them, Sunan directly installed them on the roofs of Maple Leaf Town. It is expected that within the next 2 weeks, 100 self-destructing gargoyles filled with explosive insect potions will be installed in Maple Leaf Town. At the same time, Sunan also had more than 20 werewolf deacons patrol the territory for a long time, and asked Wolf 2 to bring 20 super werewolf messengers to be stationed in Maple Leaf Town. During this period, Jinx, the queen scarab in the Four Seasons garden, iterated another generation of transformed scarabs, and had a swarm of 20 transformed scarabs. The day of the transformation of the scarab army is not far away. The health survival rate of Jinx's offspring has greatly improved, which shows that Sunan is on the right path of transformation. During this period, the old butler Warwick took the initiative to teach the werewolf messengers to learn werewolf martial arts in his spare time. The old butler Warwick has summed up a set of werewolf martial arts in the training with Robert. Therefore, he wanted to pass this set of martial arts to the werewolf messengers to increase the fighting power of the werewolves. Indeed, the improvement of strength is not only about improving the panel data. Learning new martial arts and having more combat experience can also improve the fighting power softly. Therefore, Sunan also asked the werewolf messengers to start learning some of the werewolf martial arts summarized by Warwick. In this way, Warwick became the head coach of his werewolf army. At the same time, Sunan got inspiration from the 0.5 ring plant magic, the spell of all plants and trees, that he had just learned, and created the 6th claw potion belonging to the werewolves, the triumphal claw potion. Unfortunately, like the flame claw, the triumphal claw can only be installed by werewolves above the secondary sublimation, super werewolf. In other words, ordinary werewolves still only have the most basic 4 claw skills. Sunan is not going to upgrade, because the ability of a sublimated werewolf has a limit, and the 4 claw type additional potions have almost fully developed the potential of a sublimated werewolf. A super werewolf with the triumphal claw installed will have 5 claw skills. The wolf and wolf have 6 claw skills. The triumphal claw potion is a potion that increases the sharpness of the werewolf's claws. This will turn the wolf claws, which are originally steel claws, into a magical weapon that can easily cut off ordinary knight swords. That's why it's called the triumphal claw. The super werewolf with mixed wolf poison, triumphal claws, steel claws, attack claws, agility claws, and power claws, has a higher level of melee compatibility, and will be more restrained against the energy shell on the warlock. In the Four Seasons garden, the potion formula of the tree guard has been calculated by the intelligent brain. Sunan stood on the 3rd floor of the Oak Wizard Tower, and began to consider whether to use the Atlas Oak left by the Oak Wizard to create the War Ancient Tree Guardian. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Moreover, he had a new inspiration recently, which was to apply the magic of the Oak Wizard's animal enlargement to the werewolf to see if he could create a giant werewolf. But just when Sunan wanted to start research in these 2 directions, the 3rd wolf deacon contacted him urgently from the wolf pack effect. He said that the village of Morad in his territory was attacked by an enemy he had never seen before. Sunan thought that the blind nun, the little bitch, was harassing him again. He was very angry at first, thinking that he would not let her leave unless he beat the little bitch to pieces. But when Sunan left the garden and took Vasilian into the village of Morad, he was surprised. Because the attackers of Amorad were two very large monsters, like giants, with green skin like frogs, and only one huge one-eyed monster on their heads. The two monsters also had some white bones of giant creatures as their clothes, to cover their shameful parts. The two big fools had already rushed into Amorad village and smashed a house. They also tried to catch their own people who were screaming and running away with their bare hands. However, the two big fools were too slow. They tried for a long time, just like a claw machine, and they caught nothing. A little girl from Amorad village looked at the two giant hands catching around her head in horror. Then she went from being extremely terrified at first to being scared, too, confused. Because the eyesight of the two monsters was not very good. Even if she stood still, they couldn't catch her. Sunan began to think, where did these two big guys crawl out from? You have to know that his territory is under all-round surveillance. How could the two of them enter a Morad village and be discovered by Wolf 3? Unless they crawled out from underground. The two fools began to get angry. How come we ogres can't catch anyone? Why can't we see clearly? It's the sunlight. The sunlight is too bright and it blinded us. Why does this world have to have sunlight? If it were always dark, we would be able to see everything clearly. It's getting warmer up there, not so cold anymore. It seems we can migrate to the surface. Eat all the two-legged beasts in this village. And eat the Lord here too. We too have such a hard time in the underground world. If we come to the surface, we can eat everything. The creatures here look so small and weak. We can definitely beat them. Sunan finally understood where these two idiots came from. The underground world? By the way, the oak wizard mentioned that when the magic tide receded, the wizards found that there was still some magic left underground. So some wizards suggested moving the entire wizard world underground. Could it be that some wizards had really created an underground world, and with the arrival of the magic tide, the magical creatures that used to live underground have now automatically migrated to the surface? Sunan said to Vasily, go stop those two idiots, and don't let them hurt my people. Then, tie those two idiots up for me. Maybe I can find something very interesting from them. Vasily said to Sunan, lowering his head. Yes. Chapter 134. The Vision of Morad Wolf Village. A Morad village. Ding Vasilian blocked the fist of an ogre with his black knife, and at the same time, the blade shook, and the invisible wind of death magic turned into invisible knives, cutting through the clothes made of bones on the two one-eyed ogres in front of him. The two one-eyed ogres seemed very surprised that there were creatures on the surface that could block their fists, and in the blink of an eye, the white bone clothes they were wearing were all turned into fragments. The person in the iron lump, can block my fist, and his vision is so scary. This guy seems to be scarier than the drow mistress in the main city. Shut up. How could there be someone scarier than the drow mistress? Do you want to be eaten by spiders? Vasilian looked at the two ogres and said in a low voice, stop. You have invaded Baron Peter's territory, and now you need to come with me. The Lord will give you the legal sanctions you deserve. For some reason, I don't want to cut you, even though my knife can do it with a little force. The two one-eyed ogres seemed to be hard to get rid of. After hearing what Vasilian said, they still had a fluke and thought it was an exaggeration, and they still wanted to resist. Sunan had already let the intelligent brain scan their bodies. The physical fitness of the two one-eyed ogres was very good, and the physical fitness of each ogre was probably about the same as that of a storm knight. However, they seemed to be basically no different from blind people in the sun. So they couldn't hit Vasilian at all, but Vasilian didn't plan to dodge. He gently swung the black knife and caught the fist of the other ogre with the blade. Then he exerted 20 points of mental power and converted it into the black knife's death magic. Bang! A stone behind the other one-eyed ogre was cut in half by the black knife in midair. The two one-eyed ogres were stunned. At the same time, Vasilian swung a knife at the ground beside him. The black knife did not touch the ground, but left a gully on the ground. There was still a strong death magic and frost in the gully. Vasilian said briefly, now, do you know the consequences of fighting back? At this time, the two one-eyed ogres felt something was wrong when they saw this amazing scene and began to get scared. They didn't expect that there were strong people on the surface. Obviously, they migrated to the surface and ate a lot of weak creatures, but they didn't encounter any enemies that could compete with their strength. But who would have thought that today they had changed an area to hunt, and as a result, just after entering the village, within 3 minutes, such a strong man appeared. Could it be that there are forces on the ground similar to those in the main city? Exclamation mark. So did they provoke the existence of the drow mistress in the underground world? Vasily raised his left hand, and the death tentacles, that were invisible to ordinary people, wrapped around the bodies of the two one-eyed ogres. The two one-eyed ogres suddenly felt that all their strength seemed to have been sucked away, and they looked at Vasily in horror. It's a spell. That's something that only the drow mistress in the main city can do. Only an arcane master like the drow mistress in the main city can use spells, and they are big figures in the underground world. If they dare to provoke the drow mistress and the arcane master in the underground world, they will not live to the next day. The cold black armored knight in front of them can actually cast spells. He is actually an arcane master. It turns out that there are not only such weak creatures on the ground, but also such powerful beings. The two one-eyed ogres realized belatedly why there were so many weak creatures living on the ground, occupying so much fertile land. Because these seemingly weak creatures called humans have these drow mistresses behind them. In the underground world, every inch of good land must be taken at the cost of life, so the underground world is a world where the weak cannot survive. Now, the two one-eyed ogres, which were entangled by death and had most of their power sealed, were driven towards Sunan by Vasily with a black knife. The villagers of Amorid village were afraid of Vasily, but because they usually did not come into contact with the Storm Knights, they only thought that Vasily was an ordinary Storm Knight. Anyway, to them, the Death Knight and the Storm Knight were both big men, and there was no difference. These villagers looked at Sunan and Vasily with gratitude. Civilians kept coming out to thank their lord. So quickly, they sent people out to subdue the monsters that attacked the village. The civilians were extremely moved. What kind of lord can rush to a poor village in such a short time to protect us who have nothing? We have nothing, but we were protected in the first place. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Those two monsters are no match for the lord. My relatives in other territories told me a few days ago that more than a dozen people in their village were eaten by the monsters that suddenly appeared, but their lords are still deceiving themselves and not providing any protection. Now my relatives can only come to me with their families for refuge. It's so miserable to have such a lord. We are so lucky to be the subjects of Lord Sunan. Thank you, Lord Sunan. My relatives also came to me for refuge, not because of the monsters, but because of those terrible bulgars. And now there are wars everywhere. Only in Lord Sunan's territory, there is no war at all. This is a peaceful land. To be honest, the god of storms is just an illusion to me. It is because of the storm lord like Lord Sunan that I have such a firm belief in the faith of the church. After hearing these words, Sunan looked back at the villager who said this. This villager was obviously a little educated and might be an altar priest in a nearby church, so he would respect the peace maintained by Sunan. But the problem is that he just blew up the enemy in his own territory in advance. As long as the enemy has no time to attack their territory, or even if they attack, they will be eliminated in a very short time. Then for the people in the territory, who are isolated from the news and concentrate on enjoying life, it is as if there is eternal peace here. Peace. In this chaotic world, peace is only within the range of cannons. The head of a Amorid village came over and saluted Lord Sunan. Lord Sunan, thank you for your help. Our village has decided to pay you taxes in advance. Our village has been tax-free for too long. We are extremely ashamed that our contribution to the territory is too small. If we are not allowed to make this contribution, we are really too ashamed. Sunan raised his eyebrows. For this poor village that followed him for 5 years, when he was at his weakest, Sunan still cared about the old relationship. No, you should still be in the tax-free period, so you don't have to pay taxes now. But I will always remember the choice of Amorid village. I will arrange for craftsmen from the Peter family to come and repair the houses in Amorid village that were damaged by the ogres this time. Amid the village chief's immense gratitude and expression of absolute loyalty, Sunan blinked and suddenly looked at the people in Amorid village. because he suddenly realized something. He seemed to have forgotten something. He actually had a very loyal village resource. Loyal people are one of the best resources, because loyalty is difficult to buy with money. Loyalty is a very valuable thing. Chapter 135. Ogre with traces of magical transformation. Sunan looked at the villages of a Morid village. Due to its geographical location, this village is very poor and almost only grows crops for a living. The villagers of a Morid village are unwilling to give up a Morid village, so they never leave here. The villagers here are very conservative, simple and kind. Even when he was in the most difficult time 6 years ago, they did not betray him. If he recruited werewolf warriors here, as long as he trained them a little, he could select people whose first emotion was loyalty to him, and then this loyalty would be strengthened tenfold. A Morid village seems to be a potential werewolf warrior village. If there are a large number of werewolf warriors, his werewolf regiment will be strengthened, and his legion and his upper limit of combat power will also increase. You know, even if his mental power is 60 now, because the werewolf regiment, including other units added to the wolf pack effect, is powerful, he can concentrate his magic power and increase his current magic power by more than 15. The werewolf regiment is regarded as his alternative wizard tower prototype, and it also has the function of amplifying his magic and cooperating with his spell casting. However, these can be discussed later. He still needs to observe the loyalty of this village to him. Before Sunan left, the village chief and many villagers of a Morid village told Sunan that they felt a little ashamed of the lord. These simple villagers thought that a Morid village had no money at all, and their contribution to the territory was too little. Sunan recently exempted their taxes, but they also wanted to contribute some of their strength to the territory. After leaving a Morid village, Sunan temporarily focused his attention on the two one-eyed ogres captured by Vasily. He wanted to find out where they came from. Was the underground world created by some wizards in the mainstream wizard society at that time? According to the view in a magic book, written by Oak Wizard, the wizard world had come up with a variety of methods to deal with the increasingly serious phenomenon of magic tide ebb. Although the most mainstream method is to leave directly, there are also wizards who have come up with various unconventional methods to deal with the magic tide ebb. For example, the petrified witch petrified herself. Some wizards also proposed to dig the underground world. Moreover, Sunan found that the two one-eyed ogres had traces of being transformed by magic. Although these two one-eyed ogres should be born naturally, Sunan still saw traces of magic left on them. These ogres should not be primitive ogres. They have at least been transformed by underground wizards to a relatively large extent, which is why they have the current strength. This means that in the underground world, there are definitely wizards in the mainstream wizard society who advocated hiding deep underground and using the little magic left underground to survive temporarily. It's just that I don't know whether they created an underground world or transformed an underground world using the original underground holes. Sunan smiled at Vasily and said, "Vasily, do you know what is the most interesting part of magic?" Vasily saluted Sunan and said solemnly, "I don't know. I'm ignorant." Vasily looked at Sunan with some curiosity. After he was defrauded by the church for more than 60 years, he lost interest in many things, so he didn't want to be a human anymore, but he was still full of curiosity about magic. Sunan explained, "There is a very interesting point about magic, that is, it can always remain on an object that is cast in various forms and ways." Sunan's fingers touched the skin of a one-eyed ogre and extracted a little of the magic power of dozens of transformation magics that remained on the one-eyed ogre. Suddenly, the wisp of pink magic turned into mist and drifted on the tip of Sunan's index finger. "Look, Vasily. This is the transformation magic that remains in their bodies. It turns into the blood of these ogres and continues to exist. At this time, the intelligent computer has reversed the calculation to find out the original normal form of the two ogres." Two skinny ogres appeared in front of Sunan, but they were 3 meters tall, like thin bamboo poles, and had 2 pairs of eyes. The original ogre calculated should have errors with the ogre before it was transformed, but the original ogre should have at least 4 eyes. Because they have a kind of plant magic similar to that of the oak wizard, which is to increase the combat power of the individual by merging 4 eyes into one supersized giant eye. Some of them are similar to the magic of the oak wizard, the magic of life transfer in the ecological niche, but they are different. Sunan looked at the skinny ogre in his mind, and then looked at the two fat one-eyed ogres in front of him. Well, this difference is too big. Vasilian didn't understand it very well. He suddenly said to Sunan with some curiosity, "Lord Sunan, can you teach me the meditation method of the words of the dead?" Sunan looked at it in surprise. Yes, there is a death contract between Vasilian and himself. Therefore, he can only be loyal to himself and listen to his orders. Moreover, he used a loyalty mechanism similar to that of a werewolf on him. When he was transformed into a death knight, his loyalty to himself would increase tenfold. In addition, the existence of the wolf pack effect also allowed Sunan to always pay attention to Vasilian's thoughts, so Sunan had nothing to guard against him. Besides, the meditation method of the words of the dead is just a meditation method of ordinary quality, or even slightly low level. But if Vasily can learn it, it will add to his combat power. First, he will improve his understanding of death magic. Instead of using the spells given to him by himself through potions like using superpowers. Secondly, his operation of death magic will be more precise, and he can even improve it slightly on the basis of 20 points of mental power and 20 points of mana. But Sunan didn't have much hope for this. Although the Death Knight must have some wizard talent, how much depends on the person. It may not be enough to learn to the level of a first-class wizard apprentice. Therefore, Vasily's learning may not help much with his combat power on the panel data. But it's hard to say, because Sunan is not sure about Vasily's talent. This is similar to opening a blind box. The Death Knight potion can only help him improve his affinity with death magic and frost magic. The basic talent level still depends on Vasily himself. Sunan immediately passed on the words of the dead meditation through the wolf pack effect. Once the words of the dead meditation is completed, the words of the dead will often ring in your ears, but don't worry, as long as you master it, those sounds will disappear. The words of the dead meditation can improve the effect of death magic. The most important thing is to improve the psychic spells in death magic. So it is also suitable for you. I have many enemies now, Vasily. I look forward to your performance. Vasily immediately knelt on one knee to Sunan. Yes, my master. I will always be the sharpest sword in your hand. Vasily, I'm willing to destroy any enemy in your way for you. Like a storm of revenge, sweeping across the sky. Sunan looked at the two one-eyed ogres. Now, he pulled the two one-eyed ogres into a remote jungle with no one in the world, ready to interrogate them thoroughly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Sunan asked Vasilian to make a torture rack on the spot. Who knew that, when Sunan looked at them, the two one-eyed ogres actually sat on the ground and cried loudly. Woo woo woo, it's over, the drow mistress-like arcanist is going to eat us. Ah, how did you know? Every time we eat people, don't we find an uninhabited jungle, build a fire, and then start grilling meat? Look, now they have even started a fire, the arcanist is going to eat us. Woo 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 woo. Ah, then we will become food. Woo 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 woo. Sunan didn't mean to indulge them. Shut up. Vasilian immediately looked at the two bulky one-eyed ogres, and immediately his pair of scholar eyes met the one eye of the two one-eyed ogres. The two one-eyed ogres were so scared that they didn't dare to cry out loud, but tears still flowed from their huge one-eyed eyes, pattering on the ground. Sunan said to them, I have a few questions to ask you. Maybe you can get a reduction in your sentence. First of all, where did you come from to the surface? Why do you speak the current common language of the continent? Did you go to school on the surface? Sunan summoned the mutant werewolf butler Langsan, who had always been hiding in the dark. Langsan's super hearing can tell whether they are lying from their heartbeat speed. Langsan's super sense of smell can also tell whether they have signs of deception from the hormones they secrete. The two one-eyed ogres immediately rushed to answer Sunan, as if they were really afraid that Sunan would eat them. We are the wild folks of the Rye underground city. We are all servants of the Rye mistress. Yes, yes, 58 years ago, we wild folks began to move. The Rye mistress said that the surface is now very warm and we can move back. She also said that our main city is the closest to the surface, so we spent 40 years digging from underground to the surface. But we dug a lot of holes. The mistress taught us the common language by feeding us spiders. The mistress said that we are illiterate if we don't know the common language. We just came up and haven't eaten a few people, but you caught us." Sunan was thoughtful. 58 years ago, wasn't it the day when the Eastern Empire was divided and occupied by the founding knights of the Storm Kingdom and the Platinum Republic? That's right. The so-called Rye Mistress of the underground main city must also be a wizard, or someone related to wizards. Therefore, after she noticed that the magic tide began to return, she began to order her subordinates to dig a passage to the surface. This takes a long time, so they dug for 58 years before finally starting activities on the surface. I'm afraid this is just the first batch of pioneers from the underground world. The residents of the underground world definitely have a strong desire to conquer the surface world. After all, Sunan has already realized from the performance of the two ogres that the underground world is an extremely involuted world with extremely scarce resources and can even eat each other. The residents of the underground world must be eager to move up immediately. This is probably another huge dispute, but it doesn't really matter to me. When their large forces move up, I should have been a formal wizard, or even a wizard of a hiring. It's just that the scattered residents of the underground world who appeared in my territory are a kind of trouble for me. This trouble must be controlled and turned into something controllable. Sunan looked at the two ogres. These two ogres may be creatures from other planes captured by wizards and then transformed into this. I don't know if they are used as guards or for hard labor. However, these two big fools can be developed. It might be a good idea to keep them as laborers and carry heavy objects. I also need to study the magical transformations in their bodies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Rye Underground City and Drow Matron. In the jungle beside the trade road between Amorad Village and Maple Leaf Town, Sunan looked at the two one-eyed ogres pointing at the huge stone. One ogre said innocently, "My lord, that is the passage we crawled out of." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "You also know how to use stones to hide the passage." The ogre said innocently, "It was Mistress Blackrye who asked us to do this. Anyone who dares not to do so will be severely punished." "My lord, don't eat us. Our meat is very rough and not delicious at all. People of your status and position should eat delicious meat, such as Spider-Man's children." Sunan glanced at them, then whispered a spell, and suddenly all the wild grasses beside the stone grew out sharply, turning into wild grass steel swords, piercing into the huge stone. Suddenly, the stone was cut open bit by these wild grass steel swords. 3 minutes later, the huge rock blocking the entrance to the underground world had been cut open. Sunan walked over and looked down at the so-called underground world passage. He found that the passage was a hole with a diameter of about the height of an adult, and the inside was relatively smooth. But just as he looked down, a spider-lobster hybrid, covered with grey spikes and hard shells, jumped towards his face, but was blocked by the magic shield around Sunan. At the same time, the surrounding wild grass steel swords pierced into the body of this strange underground world insect, instantly turning it into a pile of fragments. The one-eyed ogre screamed. "That lord is also an arcanist." "Yes, he must be an arcanist. Otherwise why would he have an arcanist as his subordinate? He can cast spells like the Rye Mistress." The Rye Mistress can also summon a large area of spider silk with a wave of her hand, and those spider silks can also turn into soldiers to kill the enemy, which is very scary. The spider silk wraps around the enemy's body and turns into a cocoon. When the person emerges from the cocoon, he becomes a person as thin as a piece of paper. But the body is still flesh and blood, and the paper man can still speak and live for a while. So, there are so many arcanists on the surface. It's so scary. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have come up. It would be better for us to stay in the wild of the main city of Rye, and be wild people. Sunan glanced at the two one-eyed ogres. Summoning spider silk is nothing. Turning spider silk into soldiers is the magic of the Transfiguration School, but since he can control spider silk, he may still be a wizard of the Insect Curse School. Just turning a person into as thin as paper, this paper man can still live for a while. What kind of trick is this? Could it be that neither he nor the oak wizard understood the direction of magic? But turning a person into a person as thin as paper, he could still live for a while and talk, but his body was not transformed into paper by transfiguration. With Sunan's current knowledge of magic, he couldn't think of a way to do it for the time being. This kind of magic seemed to be a bit beyond the scope of transfiguration. And there was another problem. Sunan suddenly thought that, if it was according to what the ogre said, then this rye matron had actually maintained the ability to cast spells for a long time before the magic tide came. This is unreasonable. In the underground world, there will be some magic power left, but just like a small puddle, can't produce a big fish. 2000 years ago when magic power resources were scarce, according to reason, even in the underground world, if he could cast a magician's hand, he could be considered a genius among geniuses. Therefore, there must be something that he didn't know, which caused the rye matron in the underground world to still have enough ability to cast spells. This may have something to do with their name change from wizard to arcanist. Sunan was a little looking forward to meeting this so-called rye matron. She should have mastered more than one type of magic that she had never touched before. Seeing Lord Sunan being attacked by the bugs in the tunnel, the Salian gathered his black knife and aimed it at the two one-eyed ogres. The two one-eyed ogres realized it later and shook their heads. No, we didn't expect there would be a crypt worm at the entrance of the tunnel. Really, we dare not lie to the arcanist. That is the crypt worm raised by the drow mistress. The drow mistress will let her main city army carry this kind of crypt worm that spits out special spider silk to use as a weapon. It must be the army of the Rye main city, the mistress's official troops, and they have come to the surface. Sunan signaled the Salian with his eyes not to kill the two one-eyed ogres, and then picked up the glandular tissue of the bug he had killed before from the ground. There were some white silk threads in this glandular tissue. Just now, he used the spell of every tree and grass as an enemy, and the weeds turned into steel grass swords, destroying the whole body of the burrow worm. As a result, the spider silk-like silk thread inside this gland was not damaged at all. Sunan also saw traces of transformation by magic on this burrow worm. So, did the group of wizards who entered the underground world to avoid the retreat of the magic tide transform a group of creatures underground? Sunan looked at the entrance of the passage and used the every tree and grass as an enemy spell to summon many grass swords, which completely blocked the exit of the passage like sharp blades, and grew inward for dozens of meters, and would actively attack any creature trying to pass through the passage. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. In this way, no creatures from the underground world will crawl out of this passage and enter their territory for the time being. But he also needs to send people to enter this passage to find out how many underground passages the underground world has dug out, like earthworms, under Peter's territory. Then choose to occupy or destroy this underground passage. Otherwise, his territory will continue to be attacked by creatures from the underground world. And many times, when he is doing some magic experiments, it would be troublesome if these enemies suddenly jump out of the underground passage, bypass his werewolf group, and attack his castle. Sunan was a little worried that the passage under Peter's territory would be used by the supreme cult. However, he soon thought of a good solution. He could actually send the scarab army of the Jinx Queen into the underground passage to check the underground passage network. The underground world may have unique magic resources. The magic described by the two ogres alone is worth my exploration. Sunan turned to the two ogres and said, I can choose not to eat you. But I can escape the death penalty. But I can't avoid the living crime. In the name of the Lord, I declare your punishment as the price for destroying the houses in my territory and trampling on many plants in my territory. You even seem to have hunted some animals in my territory without my permission. This is also illegal. Sunan said, therefore, you two have to serve me and become my porters. In addition, from today on, you can only eat vegetarian food. Sunan planned to let Solon make a metal collar in which he could put a bottle of explosive insect potion and then put a little of his own magic power into the explosive insect potion so that he could detonate the explosive insect potion at any time. Then put this metal collar on the two ogres. A simple slave collar was ready. When the two ogres heard that they would not be eaten by Sunan, they were immediately happy. As for being Sunan's porters, they were the barbarians in the main city of Rai. They were originally of low status and had always been ordered around by the drow madam, the drow warrior guards around her, and the officers of the main city. So it made no difference to them where they worked. As for being vegetarian, ogres can actually survive by eating anything. They are omnivores, but they feel uncomfortable if they don't eat meat. Chapter 137, Alternative Wizard Society, the mixed army of the underground world. Sunan immediately ordered the 20 werewolf deacons of different levels of sublimation in the territory to take action. Under the leadership of Wolf 3, they quickly searched for the invading army of the Lord of the Underworld in the territory. Sunan was also a little angry. The underground of his territory was actually dug by a group of bastards, and it was full of passages and caves. This group of earthworms, that were suspected to be transformed by underground wizards more than 2000 years ago, was too much. He must speed up the development of the insect swarm troops, so that he can establish a full-scale defense in the territory. In addition, his own series of tree guard potions can also enhance the protection of the underground and drive the roots deep into the ground. Establish a full-scale defense system with werewolves defending the ground, gargoyles defending the sky, and tree guards and insect swarms defending the underground. Although the territory is not the most important thing for him, he has so many subordinates, and they must have a place to stay. Moreover, the Four Seasons Garden is still in this territory. Peter territory, as the base camp of the wolf pack, does not allow outsiders to invade. It would be best for me to ensure that no matter what kind of monsters and demons are, they cannot enter my territory without my permission in the future. However, after searching for 10 minutes, the werewolf deacon team did not find any traces of a large-scale underground army invading their territory. Werewolf deacons, especially super werewolf deacons, move very fast and have an extremely wide range of reconnaissance. One was enough to supervise several villages. Logically, this was impossible. But soon, Sunan understood why he could not find the vanguard of the underground world in his territory. Wolf 3 smelled the breath of a group of strange creatures remaining in the jungle and wilderness. He tracked them all the way and found that this group of strange creatures actually went south and left Peter territory and invaded the barony located in the south of Peter territory, which was also the only one bordering Peter territory, but not yet vassalized by Sunan. This territory is the territory of Baron Karen Mage, the barony of Mage. Karen Mage is a distant maternal relative of the current Storm royal family, but this Mage territory has never had much presence, and Karen Mage himself is also very cowardly and incompetent. He had secretly occupied a lot of Sunan's land when Peter territory was declining. Later, when Peter territory rose, he secretly ordered the withdrawal of troops and civilians, and returned the occupied land. After the army of the underground world came out of the surface passage on the southern edge of Peter territory, they turned around and directly crossed Peter territory and began to attack the barren territory of Karen. Sunan thought at first that they might be deliberately avoiding him, but after thinking carefully, he felt that he was overthinking. The creatures of the underground world had just been dug out from the underground. How could they know the composition of the forces on the surface? And they didn't know that they had invaded the land of the Stormlords of the two Storm Kingdoms at the same time. It is estimated that they made a random decision. This shows that the underground world knows very little about the surface world. Sunan saw the official army of the Drow Mistress mentioned by the two one-eyed ogres through the sight of Wolf 3 who entered the Met's territory. In front of the Met's castle, a group of monsters from the underground main city with different appearances appeared at this moment. There were more than 300 people in this monster army. In front of them were two cave dwellers who looked very much like humans, but they were not wearing any clothes. They walked with rounded shoulders and hunched backs, and they would occasionally walk on all fours. The distribution of their back muscles was completely different from that of the humans in the Storm Kingdom on the surface. The two cave dwellers were biting two black flags in their mouths. The black flags were obviously woven with the silk of the cave worms. There were scary 8-legged spider patterns on the flags, and above the spider patterns, there were eye patterns embroidered. The two cave dwellers had an iron collar and an iron chain around their necks, and they were led by two strong cold-blooded lizardmen covered with metallic scales. Behind them were more than 200 lizardmen soldiers from the underground world. Among these lizardmen soldiers, there were also a dozen grey dwarves with grey beards and hair, 3 Tauren heavy armored warriors over 2 meters tall and covered with tendon meat, and more than 50 green-skinned short men, only as tall as an adult man's knees, with very wretched looks, but bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. Sunan observed that among these mixed race armies in the underground main city of Rye, there were traces of magic transformation, probably the product of wizard magic experiments. This was the first time he came into contact with traces of wizard civilization. The previous Oak Wizard's laboratory was just a laboratory of one person. It was a pity that this wizard society was just a deformed wizard civilization that was abandoned by the mainstream wizard society more than 2000 years ago and developed alone in the underground. Even now, it seems that they don't call themselves wizards anymore and have changed their names to arcanists. But this also proves that he is getting closer and closer to the orthodox wizard society. It would be good to first contact these fragments of the orthodox wizard society. At this time, Sunan, who had seen the composition of the army in the underground main city, knew why the 2 one-eyed ogres looked down on the surface humans so much. It seems that the humans who entered the underground world with the underground hiding wizards seemed to have lost the internal circulation and became a kind of degenerate people. It seems that they have become a kind of slave race. And the monsters in the underground world, when they saw that the humans on the surface world looked so similar to their slave race, and after a test, they found that the human civilians on the surface had no fighting power, they immediately looked down on them. It is estimated that because of this, they dared to go to war directly on the surface without knowing anything. It's just that this group of creatures in the underground world may not have expected that, because the surface world is not like the underground world. Food and other resources are so scarce, there is no constant internal circulation, so not all people are soldiers. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. If they rushed into the crowd of civilians, they would definitely kill them indiscriminately. The combat effectiveness of civilians cannot explain the strength of the army in the surface world. However, the struggle and cruelty in the surface world are no less than those in the underground world. The intensity of the real war hidden behind the peace may be higher than the scale and intensity of the war in the underground world. For example, it only took me 10 minutes to bomb cement town into ruins with magic. For another example, whether it is the Warlock group or the ruthless killing church knights trained by the Storm Church, they are not so easy to deal with. Sunan asked Wolf 3 to go around to the front of this underground expeditionary force to observe this force comprehensively. These underground expeditionary vanguards did not notice that Sunan had been monitoring them from beginning to end. It seems that the underground world is not as barren as the 2 ogres said. Sunan observed that the army of the underground world was all wearing iron armor, and it was obvious that the metal or resources in the underground world were very rich. Moreover, the elite soldiers of this underground world's mixed monster army were equipped with a kind of blue-silver iron sword, iron armor, and arrows made of special metal. Sunan felt that the magic around the metal was unusually stable, like an inert gas. It seems that the underground world has many metals that the surface world does not have. Sunan said, "This is very interesting. Let them attack the castle of the Metz family. Observe what the weapons made of blue-silver metal are used for." It's not bad to see the combat effectiveness of these underground world armies, and then conduct combat tests on werewolves, equipped with triumphant claws. Anyway, that is not his castle. The Metz family even offended him in the past, but he was too lazy to pursue them. But it does not mean that this matter does not exist. If it is convenient, like now, it is time for Sunan to settle the past accounts. For the strong, it is never too late to settle accounts. Sometimes it is possible to forget. It's just that, now that Sunan saw it, he remembered it again. Chapter 138, Dungeon Mixed Race Army and Ether Magic Stone. In front of Metz Castle, the army from the underground world suddenly launched an attack on the Metz family with loud roars. They seemed to have a lot of experience in dealing with fortresses, and had adapted to life in the sun. The lizardmen archers launched a round of arrow rain attacks on the castle walls. The fine steel arrows and excellent bows helped them kill many soldiers defending the city in the first round. However, the drawbridge of Metz Castle had not been immediately pulled up. There were still caravans of merchants passing by on the drawbridge over their moat. The lizardmen raised their swords and roared. Kill. Charge. For the Rye Mistress. Seize the land of the surface people. They have enjoyed a good life on the ground for more than 2,000 years. Now it's time for us, the army of the reptile dragonborn and the drow mistress who have fully evolved underground, to enjoy a good life. Kill. For food. For roasted rabbit legs, roasted lamb legs, and roasted beef legs, we are risking our lives. Delicious eggs and pea soup, as well as milk, are right in front of us. We don't have to eat those damn grey mushrooms underground anymore. Raw Sunan, who was observing the development of the situation through the vision of Wolf 3, was somewhat speechless when he heard them talking like this. How scarce must the diet of these guys in the underground world be, to risk their lives for pea soup? It seems that the food in the underground world should be extremely scarce and monotonous. The guards of Met's castle wanted to raise the drawbridge belatedly, but it was too late. A lizardman soldier rushed over, killed 2 militiamen, and controlled the gate of the drawbridge. They also stopped the guards of Met's castle and closed the upper gate. In fact, if Met's castle had always been on alert, closed the gate, and recovered the drawbridge, it would not be impossible to defend for a few days with the help of the moat and the castle. But this group of underground creatures that suddenly emerged from the ground were elusive. The surrounding lords did not get any news of their arrival in advance. At most, they only knew that many of their subjects were killed by some creatures in the wild. The army of these underground cities marched very fast and had amazing endurance. They might have been rolled up in the underground world. Therefore, their sudden attack made Met's castle completely unprepared. It was equivalent to directly deploying troops in the enemy's rear. The militia of Met's castle wanted to fight back with crossbows and crossbows on the walls, but the minotaurs had already climbed the walls. Their strong bodies made it easy for them to capture the outermost walls and destroy the crossbows on the walls. The lizardmen took the opportunity to climb the walls and wanted to seize the second section of the walls of Met's castle, which was the inner wall. Originally, the militia could retreat to the inner city wall and still defend for a while, but the short goblins in the underground world, with their flexibility and agility, had already landed on the inner city wall. So, the goblins and the reptilian lizardmen began to attack from both inside and outside, and began to massacre the militia. Sunan, who was 100 miles away, observed this scene, and evaluated the combat effectiveness of this group of underground troops. The average physical fitness of the lizardmen is about 1.1 strength. This is actually considered extraordinary strength, because the combat effectiveness of human militia, even if they are well trained, is generally only about 0.8. It is not realistic to maintain a combat effectiveness of more than 1. The average physical fitness of these lizardmen is stronger than that of humans, but they are definitely not natural races. I'm afraid that they have been magically transformed by the wizards of the underground evasion faction. In front of Sunan appeared the original version of these lizardmen inferred by the intelligent brain. They were a group of lizardmen with an average height of only half that of adult human men. Their physical strength was weaker than that of humans in all aspects. And the current lizardmen are completely the result of the transformation by wizards. Sunan said, the physical fitness of the 3 minotaurs is actually equal to that of a formal knight, and the average physical fitness is even 3.5. However, the intelligent computer speculated that their ancestors were not that strong at all, but only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. These minotaurs are also a race transformed by magic. Similarly, those goblins, although their average strength and physical fitness are only 0.7, they are very agile, and their agility values are generally 1.2 to 1.4, which is much faster than ordinary militiamen. This is due to their small stature, and because they are relatively small, it is easy for them to pass through various obstacles. Sunan guessed that these goblins were first transformed by wizards with magic, and they might be used to perform reconnaissance, assassination and other tasks. Speed is actually not completely tied to strength. For example, cheetahs give up physical strength to fully enhance their speed. There are many types of muscle fibers, and muscle fibers with different structures provide different endurance, speed and strength. However, generally speaking, the difference between the speed and strength of an ordinary creature will have a limit. In the Met's castle, the soldiers of the Met's family were massacred, but the army of the underground world was not completely smooth sailing. Soon, a formal Storm Knight and 3 Storm Knight attendants belonging to the Met's family climbed up the city wall and killed several goblins with knight swords, and even killed 2 lizardmen through cooperation. But Sunan noticed that the lizardman who was in charge of leading this army suddenly crushed an octahedral black crystal in his hand, and then a magic wave that Sunan had never seen before covered the entire city wall. The soldiers and knights of the Met's family soon found in horror that all the weapons in their hands became soft, like paper strips, and could not kill the enemy at all. Their armor also became soft, and then fell off from them like noodles. The soldiers and knights of the Met's family who lost their weapons and armor were soon counterattacked by the army of the underground world, and were massacred one by one. The lizardmen roared in surprise. We won. We won. Although we encountered some unexpected resistance, the weak ground people are still no match for us. We have the arcane magic of the great drow mistress, and we also have other ore. The knights of the Mace family watched in despair as they were surrounded, and then killed by the lizardmen soldiers. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The official knight of the Mace family was a middle-aged man. His chest was pierced by 3 spears from the lizardmen soldiers and stuck on the wall of the Mace family castle. Before he died, he vomited blood and questioned, "What the hell are you? Where did you come from? Why did our weapons and armor suddenly become like noodles? Answer me, God of Storms. Have we been abandoned by you? Otherwise why did we encounter such a monster?" But the lizardmen ignored him. The lizardmen have already focused their attention on the humans in the castle and the food inventory. They defeated the weak surface army. They could harvest a lot of fresh meat. They could gain their first stronghold on the surface. Meanwhile, Sunan watched the entire battle. He especially noticed 2 things: the arcane magic of the drow mistress mentioned by the lizardman, and the ore crushed by the lizardman general. That ore actually changed the shape of all the weapons of the Mace family. Sunan said, "It's not transfiguration, but a kind of magic unique to the underground world. But this kind of magic seems to be able to only change weapons and armor. It cannot affect biological organisms, so it should not affect the werewolf's claws. I have seen the army of these underground creatures. It is indeed good, but that's all. They are essentially a magic army transformed by wizards, and of course they have the ability to crush mortals. What's more, they attacked suddenly. There are some things on them that may be useful to me, and there are some mysteries. Big Wolf, catch them all for me." The underground world is very interested in the surface, but as a wizard in the surface world, I'm also interested in the underground world. It is not certain who will invade whom. Intelligent brain, record the first actual combat record of the werewolf equipped with the Claw of Triumph, and name the file as Werewolf Legion file number 37. In the distance, Big Wolf, who had been waiting in the jungle for a long time, let out a wolf howl. At the same time, other super werewolf messengers and werewolf messengers also began to let out one bloodthirsty wolf howl after another. At the same time, in the connection of the wolf pack effect, Sunan received a distress message from the werewolf veteran Blom. The werewolf veteran Blom asked to speak to Sunan anxiously. "Lord Sunan, my master, Borgia, that idiot, is now being questioned by the elders of the Borgia family and the senior clergy of the Achaean diocese. He is speechless. Some clergy want to make Borgia's answers flawed by questioning him repeatedly, exposing the fact that he is a liar. My master, I'm right next to him now. Looking at his wrong answers, I feel embarrassed. My master, what should I do?" Sunan raised his eyebrows. So that's it, but he had expected all this in advance. "Blom, don't panic. Give me control of your body. Let me help him deal with the torture of the Storm Church." Sunan raised the corner of his mouth. "It's just a small matter." Chapter 139. The Iron of Stillness and the Werewolf Group's Massacre of Underground Creatures. The mixed race army that had completely captured the underground city of Met's castle was celebrating jubilantly and had planted the flag representing the main city of Rye on the city wall. But suddenly, a wolf howl that was louder than the other appeared in their ears and above their heads. The lizardman general, who called himself the Dragonborn of the Crawler, and his lizardman guards looked around vigilantly. There were also some wolves in the underground world, but the wolves in the underground world were just the most common weak wild animals. In the wilderness outside the main city of the underground world, there were many powerful and terrifying deformed monsters. Some monsters were experiments abandoned by the drow mistresses, and some monsters seemed to have existed for a long time. As the official army of Rye City, they were not afraid of just wild wolves. But the lizardman general was still very uneasy. Why were there no wild wolves here? But they could still hear wolf howls. The next moment, when the lizardman general and his guards looked back, they were horrified to find that the flagpoles of the two flags representing the main city of Rye that were originally planted on the inner wall of Met's castle had been broken at some point. The lizardman general and his guards stared with their eyes wide open, puzzled and terrified. When did the flag break? Why, among so many people, no one noticed that their flag had been broken? When two armies fight, the flag is the life of the army. In many battles, the situation was originally good, but they were defeated because the flag was taken away. The lizardman general was furious. Could it be that this human castle still had resistance? Haven't those human soldiers been slaughtered by them? Aren't these humans just slaves like the cave dwellers in the underground world? Exclamation mark. The next moment, a lizardman was hit and flew into the air. His body was cut in half, and his steel armor was also cut apart. The lizardman general roared, "Stay alert and look for the enemy. The enemy must be nearby. Come out. Don't play tricks." The lizardmen immediately raised their shields and scimitars in their hands, trying to search for the enemy. The tall minotaur heavy armored warrior who was ravaging the human soldiers of the Met's family stood up, trying to find potential enemies, and then rushed over and crushed them. The goblins with shifty eyes were also looking around, looking for enemies. But the next moment, more lizardmen were knocked into the air. Their steel shields were cut in half, their proud metal plate armor was cut in half, and their reptilian bodies covered with metal scales were also cut in half. 1, 2, 3, 5 lizardman soldiers were knocked into the air in a row. But it was not over yet. The lizardman general saw the after images covering his city wall army. Wherever these after images went, his lizardman allied troops must have been thrown to the ground. Pieces of fine steel shields, fine steel scimitars, and fine steel plate armor were all easily cut apart by the after images. The pupils of the lizardman general suddenly shrank. At this time, he realized that he had made a serious mistake. The enemy had never been playing tricks or hiding. It was just that their own eyes could not keep up with the enemy's speed, and could not see the enemy's position. More than 50 goblins screamed in fear. "There are enemies. Terrible enemies. Where are they? They are too fast. General, our eyes can't keep up with them. How can we fight back?" The goblin leader who was speaking had cold sweat on his forehead because there was a huge monster behind him, which was much bigger than the goblins. The shadow of the huge monster under the sun enveloped him. Danger. The goblin leader drew the dagger at his waist and turned to attack the monster behind him. "Don't underestimate us. We are the official troops of the Drow Mistress. All the weapons we are equipped with are iron armor, weapons forged in the main city's furnace. Even those dangerous monsters in the cave wilderness can be killed by these iron armor weapons." But the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, because when he turned around and swung his dagger at the claws of the huge half-man, half-wolf monster behind him, the monster didn't dodge at all, and then his dagger chopped on the claws of the super werewolf messenger, and the whole steel sword directly banged and broke into dozens of pieces. Just like a broken mirror. This is the effect of the triumphal claw potion. The super werewolves with the triumphal claw potion added, their claws are the best weapon nemesis. This was originally a magic designed by Sunan for the energy shell in the body of the Warlock group, but who knew that it was just right to restrain the underground army with rich mineral resources and superb low temperature forging technology. The super werewolf messenger looked down at his claws in confusion, trying to find a scratch on his claws. The super werewolf messenger scratched his head with his claws. He couldn't figure out why the opponent's weapon was so rubbish that it broke at the touch. The next moment, the super werewolf messenger's bloodthirstiness in the werewolf's nature appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he chopped the shield of the short goblin in front of him with one claw. Catcher, a deep scratch of the wolf's claws was immediately made on the special blue silver metal shield. The goblin leader was knocked out by this blow and hit the city wall, paralyzed on one side of his body, and lost his combat effectiveness. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reads that even the super werewolf messenger has a strength of 2.5 and has a series of claw type additional skills. Even if he doesn't use the 2 rages, he can crush this goblin. Sunan, who had been following the battle, noticed that the blue silver metal actually blocked the claw attack of the super werewolf messenger with the triumphal claw. The stability of this metal is indeed better than that of ordinary steel. This is probably a unique natural, or in the underground world. If I can get it, it will be a good rare resource for trading, equipping the army, or refining potions. The lizardman general who saw this scene was terrified. He looked at the shield made of the Iron of Stillness, which was said to be absolutely impossible to be destroyed except for the Drow Matriarch and the Arcanist, and the Drow warriors who were the guards of the Drow Matriarchs, and swallowed his saliva. His eyeballs were about to fall out. That monster, that werewolf actually destroyed the Iron of Stillness. Could it be that there are also superior races in the surface world? Could it be that there are also beings similar to the Drow Matriarch and the Arcanist in the surface world? The lizardman general saw that his army was attacked by dozens of monsters like the ones just now. The steel weapons that his army was proud of shattered at the touch of those werewolves and were more fragile than glass. The lizardman general tried to crush nether stone, but he found that the claws of those monsters were natural weapons, so the ether magic released by the ether stone had no effect. The lizardman soldiers were slaughtered. The Tauran warriors wanted to fight back with their physique, but they were easily defeated and suppressed by a larger monster with a blue glow all over its body. The lizardman general looked at the magic energy glow on the wolf and trembled constantly. He took a half step back because he recognized that it was the arcane energy glow that only appeared when the Drow mistress cast a spell. Arcane, Arcanist. Could it be that the one who really dominates this world is a hidden Arcanist? So these surface humans are so weak, but they can occupy such a large good place. Chapter 140 The Etheric Stone and the Inquisition of the Benedictine Inquisition. The lizardman general looked back and found that all his lizardman guards had been killed by the super werewolf messengers. His head was even more covered by the claws of the mutant werewolf Wolfbig. As long as Wolfbig was willing, his head would be gone in the next moment. The lizardman general knelt down in horror, just like when he faced those Arcanists and Drow mistresses in the underground world. He took off his weapons, shields and head armor, and threw them on the wall. Great Arcanist, I'm willing to surrender. Great Arcanist, we absolutely do not mean to offend you. I'm willing to be your slave. Please don't kill us, we can be your soldiers. Unlike the surface world that practices feudalism, the underground world generally practices slavery, and the largest source of slaves is the soldiers of the defeated side. So the lizardman general wanted to surrender without any psychological pressure and become a slave on Sunan's side. After all, this is the rule of the underground world. Sunan controlled the wolf's body and said to him, "Become my soldier, with your weak fighting ability. Qualified? I have never let my army truly exert its strength, otherwise you will be wiped out the moment you come into contact with my army." The lizardman general's face was pale. He was so scared that his tail drooped to the ground, and he even had the tendency to break off his tail. We are not worthy. We can still be slaves, Great Arcanist." Sunan had no intention of continuing this kind of conversation with him, so he asked directly through Wolf's body, "Are troops like yours the main force of the dungeon? Or are you just a vanguard of miscellaneous brands?" The lizardman general stammered, "Great Arcanist, we are just the peripheral troops of the main city. The real powerful ones are the Drow warriors directly under the mistress and the armies of the mistress's superior races led by the Drow warriors. But we will still be very useful. Please don't kill us. I still have 3 ether ores here. I want to give them to you, Great Arcanist." The lizardman general thought that Sunan was disdaining their low combat effectiveness and that they were not even directly under the Arcanist. So in order to survive, he began to rack his brains to think of a way. On the side, the official knight of the Metz family, who was pierced on the city wall by 3 spears, was about to die. But before he died, he still saw the army of the underground world that had captured their family castle. The next moment, they were instantly destroyed and captured by the werewolf group. He closed his eyes willingly. It's retribution. Evil will be punished. Those werewolves are so powerful. The Mace family is finished. The Mace family was originally an outsider family, and they always needed to suppress the people who believed in the god of law in Mace territory. Except for Peter territory, the people who believed in the god of law in other places were having more and more friction with their storm lords. Now that the Mace family has lost so many family knights, I'm afraid that they will face the disintegration of the territory next. As for Peter territory, because of Sunan's management, there was no oppression of civilians, the administration was clean, and the satisfaction of the people in the entire territory was extremely high. Sunan was not like other storm lords, who made some unnatural discrimination against the people who believed in the god of law. Naturally, there was no conflict between the believers of the god of law and the believers of the god of storm in the territory. Sunan ordered the wolf group to take all the weapons and armors of the captured underground soldiers, especially the equipment and other stones made of blue and silver metal, and then escort them to the dungeon of Peter Castle. He also notified Warwick to arrange the werewolves to put shackles and torture instruments on these monsters in the underground world. Sunan was ready to torture these guys to learn the specific information of the underground world, arcane magic and special leather magic. Sunan found that the 3 other stones contained a kind of magical energy that was not available on the surface. This had nothing to do with the ebb and flow of the magic tide. That kind of magical energy was like being naturally heavier than other magical element, so it would not appear on the surface, but only underground. This kind of other stone might be a new type of magic discovered by the group of wizards who advocated moving underground more than 2000 years ago. After moving to the underground world, the Oak Wizard did not mention this kind of magic. Then it is worth studying carefully. For wizards, knowledge is power, and information is the way to gain power. From the magic of Featherstone, Sunan felt that he might be able to dig out something that could help him become a formal wizard. After dealing with the monster army in the underground world, Sunan arranged for Warwick to come and clean up the battlefield. At the same time, Sunan also found that Baron Mage had died in the siege just now. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar reads that as a knight attendant of the Mace family, he also rushed to the wall together. Perhaps he did not want to fight desperately, but because of the magic of Featherstone, all the weapons and armor of the Mace family were useless, causing him to die before he could escape. He was pierced through the heart by a spear by several lizard soldiers. Sunan asked the werewolves to collect the bodies of the knights of the Mace family, and asked Warwick to arrange for the human militia in his territory to come and take over the castle. Although he did not take down the castle by himself, the creatures of the underground world helped him take down the castle, killed Baron Metz, and killed all the soldiers of the Metz family. After doing this, Sunan could not throw away the things he had picked up, so he ordered the militia to control the entire castle and all the members of the Metz family, and escorted them to Baron Peter's castle. Anyway, even if the Stormlord or the church, or even the royal family, questioned him, he had his reasons. It was not him who slaughtered this fortress, but the creatures of the underground world. Moreover, the Storm Kingdom is now in a state of overwhelmedness, and the royal family has not yet negotiated a reward with the Bulgars to redeem the captured old King of Storm. Sunan felt that, if the Storm royal family was smart, they should immediately establish a new king. Otherwise the Bulgars would be so happy to use the emperor to command the princes. Why would they release the old king in their hands for a little ransom? At the same time, Sunan focused his attention on the church in Moria, Achia Peninsula, thousands of miles away. At this moment, many high-ranking church officials from the Achaean diocese were sitting on the high platform in this church with the style of the Storm Church. These clergymen were questioning Borgia, who was standing below the high platform of the church. Borgia, you said before that you killed the wizard with a two-handed knight's sword. Why do you change your words now and say that you used a one-and-a-half-handed sword? Have you considered the wording? Borgia, why did the bishop and all the church's favored knights die, but you survived? Let me ask you, are you more powerful than the favored knights? Can you duel with a formal storm knight on the spot to prove your statement? Borgia, we are not targeting you. It's just that the bishop died, but you said that wizards really exist. This goes against the public opinion put forward by Archbishop Mussolini in the Ecumenical Council of Hagia Sophia. that wizards do not really exist. We must follow a specific interrogation procedure and let the Benedictine Inquisition Committee jointly interrogate you. But don't worry, if you have really made a contribution to the church, we will also recognize your contribution. Chapter 141, Debate within the Storm Church, and gaining a bishop. In the Cathedral of Moria, facing the questioning of the high-ranking members of the Storm Church, who were also the ascetics in the church, and the members of the Benedictine order, Borgia turned pale and spoke hesitantly. This made the high-ranking clergy of the Achaean Episcopal Church of the Storm Church all frowned in dissatisfaction. They could not believe that this person could kill the wizard who killed more than a dozen elite knights and hundreds of elite soldiers of the church. The reason why Borgia was afraid was that the Benedictine order was the most strict organization in the Storm Church in the Storm Kingdom that observed asceticism. It could be said that it was a small group of moral guardians of the Storm Church. The Benedictine order accepted the commission of Pope Innocent III of the Papal State of the Order God system to supervise whether the church precepts of the Storm Church were observed, the spread of the Storm Church in the Storm Kingdom, and the task of gradually converting the original God of Law, Orthodox Church, to the God of Storm, or at least recognizing the Papal State as the religious leader of the Order God system. Borgia, looking at the three Benedictine elders sitting at the top of the church, suddenly felt an incomparable fear in his heart. He heard from his father, the bishop, that the Benedictines were all a bunch of old foxes, and their eyes were very sharp. Could a young man like him really deceive these old foxes? At the same time, Borgia looked at the 5 former colleagues of his father, the 5 archdeacons of the Achaean diocese, next to the 3 Benedictine elders. Now, he didn't know what attitude these archdeacons, who mostly took care of him when his father was alive, had towards him now. Fortunately, 2 of the archdeacons were his uncles, and another archdeacon was also secretly in a lover relationship with his sister. Her sister was also the illegitimate daughter of the Frederick family. However, this trial had an unusual flavor from the beginning, because the audience of this trial included Archdeacon David Davis, who was highly respected in the Achaean diocese, and Father Mark Stewart, who was born in the Platinum Republic, and forced to insert himself with the power of money from the Platinum Commercial Republic. Bishops are elected, so even if he does not have a clergy position now, he can directly become a bishop of the diocese through election. There is no need to climb the ranks of the Storm Church. But Archbishop Davis and Father Stewart are both his main competitors. But the Othello family actually used the influence of money to let their 2 opponents listen in on the interrogation of him by the Benedictines. It can be seen that from the beginning, the Othello family wanted to kick him out. For a long time, the people of the Platinum Commercial Republic have tried their best to intervene in the Storm Church and let the senior clergy of the Storm Church come from the Platinum Commercial Republic. In this way, it can effectively ensure that the Platinum Commercial Republic's trade privileges in the Storm Kingdom will not be revoked. At this moment, Borgia was completely confused by the question, and hesitantly said nothing, which made the Benedictine elders who were mainly responsible for interrogating him very dissatisfied. They have begun to suspect that Borgia is a liar. If not, now the believers of Achaia have begun to think that Borgia is a church hero. They would have let the 2 great knights of the church on the side take down Borgia. The Benedictine monk, Elder John, questioned him. Borgia, why don't you answer our questions? If you lied or concealed something, admit your mistakes now, and perhaps you can get the mercy of the God of Storms. Borgia was almost forced to blurt out the truth under this huge pressure. But at that time, Blom, who was under the control of Sunan, and entered the church as Borgia's protector, suddenly stepped forward and said, "Are your questions worth answering?" "No. This is why Mr. Borgia doesn't answer." Borgia was immediately frightened and looked at Blom. "Blom. Mr. Blom, these are all big shots." The Benedictine elders and 5 priests on the high platform, as well as 2 of Borgia's bishop rivals, all looked at Blom, who suddenly spoke in surprise. Elder John didn't expect that someone would dare to talk back to him directly in the cathedral. He was so shocked that he didn't say anything for a moment. But he found that the old soldier who had been silent and lazy before suddenly became very confident, giving people the illusion that he was the master of this place. Elder John frowned and asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that outsiders cannot interrupt during the Benedictine interrogation?" Sunan didn't buy his words at all and quoted the rules of the Storm Church. As a wizard with amazing memory, Sunan knew the rules of the Storm Church very well. According to the spiritual principles of the church, I'm the secular protector of Borgia, and I escorted him all the way back to the Achaean Peninsula. Therefore, of course I can answer on his behalf. In the Storm Church, the secular protector who is responsible for protecting the priest can accept the interrogation of the Benedictine with the priest if he agrees. Elder John asked Borgia, "Do you agree that he will be your secular protector and enjoy the common protection of your souls by the god of storms with you, Mr. Borgia?" Borgia's brain was completely out of service. Yes, yes. Elder John could only frown and unhappily admit that Blom participated in the internal interrogation process of the church. After all, although this was a bit unconventional, it was indeed one of the cumbersome rules accumulated by the Storm Church over the years. As an ascetic of the Storm Church, he certainly knew this. Elder John could only ask Blom, "Then why do you think the questions I asked before are not very meaningful? What do you think?" Sunan looked up at the cathedral of the Principality of Moria. "Oh, so the cathedral looks like this. It's the first time I've seen it. It's indeed more gorgeous than Father Louis' church. The cathedral is the main cathedral of a parish in the Storm Church. It has special significance. The dome of this church is all stained glass, and on these stained glass domes, there are paintings of the storm god and his angels. On the dome, there are also tokens of the storm god hanging with golden chains, as if hanging from the storm god's heaven. Believers who enter this church for the first time will probably be fooled by this magnificent religious building and be afraid of the Storm Church." Sunan controlled Blom, pointed at the corpse of the grass elf on the ground, and said, "You should have seen it. This corpse has no disguise. It can't be a wizard. This is the best evidence that Mr. Borgia killed the wizard. So I said the question you asked is boring. The details you mentioned are not important. It is very common to remember things wrong in a hurry. As for what you said, let Mr. Borgia fight with a Storm Knight to prove that he has the fighting power to kill wizards and defeat formal knights." Sunan suddenly lowered his voice and raised the corners of his mouth. "Elder John, you have blasphemed the god of storms. Do you know your sin? You still don't know your sin?" Because Sunan's voice was too sure, Elder John himself doubted himself for a moment. After all, he was a devout ascetic of the Benedictine order. Repeated self-reflection was his daily life. Moreover, the 5 officiants, as well as other Benedictine elders and monks, were all misled for a moment by Sunan's extremely affirmative voice, and began to doubt and reflect on themselves. Elder John said, somewhat puzzled and aggrieved, "How did I blaspheme?" "Blaspheme?" Sunan pointed at Borgia, who was looking at him in shock, and said, "Who said that defeating a strong enemy depends on force? Who said that defeating an enemy depends on personal strength?" The third section of page 112 of the Storm Church Classic says this: "God of storms, only you can help the weak more than the strong, and only you can help the poor more than the rich." In the first section of the next page, it says this again: "The powerful, the talented, the proud, the rich, the gifted, the better than others, will all become corrupt and weak in front of the god of storms, and will be powerless." Sunan concluded, "The teachings of the god of storms say that in front of God, the strong will become weak, and God will help the weak defeat the strong." Mr. Borgia was able to kill the wizard, not by his own superficial force, but by his devout belief in the god of storms and his will to fight until the last moment. He proved the evidence of the will of the god of storms. The wizard's body is in front of you, and the people of Achaea outside all think he is a hero of the church, but you ignored the will of the god of storms, and used the so-called strength of force to judge whether Mr. Borgia could kill a wizard. Isn't this blasphemy against the god of storms? I tell you, Mr. Borgia's reliance on killing the wizard was indeed not his force, because he was just a knight's squire, but he killed the wizard with piety. The best way to deal with a crazy person is to be more crazy than him. Use crazy to fight crazy. Because Sunan quoted scriptures, even if the monks who wanted to refute him subconsciously, they did not dare to question him immediately, because Sunan quoted church scriptures, and they did not even dare to argue with Sunan, because it would easily turn the interrogation into a theological discussion. That would be a long discussion. It is also easy to make yourself say the wrong thing, which will affect your reputation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 Book 1 Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Blom is a warrior. Even if he has some deviations in his understanding of the classics, it is nothing. But they are senior clergymen. If they lose the debate, it will be troublesome. So they can't just debate with ordinary people in detail on the classics. Besides, Sunan quoted very well, and the monks present also felt that what Sunan said actually fits their cognition. As long as you believe in the god of storms, can't anything happen? What is there to doubt? And the body brought back by Mr. Borgia also looks like a wizard. It's just that the people of the Platinum Republic want to let the Benedictine elders confirm this matter again through some means. Originally, Borgia was unable to answer various details, which made everyone suspicious. Now, after Sunan's words, these monks began to doubt whether they really thought too much. After all, it is possible that a large number of church knights consumed a wave of wizards, and then Borgia went to pick up the leak. Elder John blushed, sighed, and then took the initiative to stand up and actually began to worship and confess. Sunan had never thought that he would actually break the defense of this old monk by rebuking him with church scriptures. Elder John sighed, over the years, I have indeed become more secular. This is my fault. Indeed, it is never our own military force that defeats the enemy, but our devout belief in the Lord of Storms. Protector, where are you from? Sunan said without any hesitation, I'm from Peter territory. After our Baron witnessed Mr. Borgia's heroic battle, he wanted to become his secular protector. Mr. Borgia was valued by our Baron because of his bravery and piety. On the high platform, the senior monks immediately began to discuss. I remember now. It's the Peter family. Old Baron Peter was very famous in the past. I heard that the Peter family is different now. It has become stronger and can even control the surrounding baronies. Maybe this is really true. Is there any need for Mr. Borgia to deceive us? He has even won the recognition of the local barons. At this time, Borgia's uncles, seeing that the situation was improving, immediately began to lobby everyone who were pretending to be dead. Borgia just lost his family. He has no need to lie. His courage and piety have indeed won the full support of the secular ruling family. What an excellent personality charm. He also has the blood of the nobles of the God of Law. If he is the bishop, then the rebellion of the followers of the God of Law that is bothering us now may not exist. Now that you put it that way, it is indeed true. It is really rare for Borgia to get the full support of the Peter family. Now he is still a church hero in the eyes of ordinary people outside. His reputation is enough, and his blood and family background are enough. Borgia's two competitors wanted to interrupt and say something at this time, but because they were just listeners and had no right to speak, they could only shut up helplessly. The three elders of the Benedictine order began an internal discussion. 10 minutes later, Elder John announced the results of their discussion. Borgia Frederick, we acknowledge that you are now in a state of distraction because of the fierce battles and the death of your comrades. Please accept my condolences, they have only gone to the heaven of the Lord of Storms. Now after the interrogation, we also acknowledge your merit in killing the wizard, although you may have only completed the last job. But your piety and the fighting spirit that you can still maintain in desperate situations make you worthy of this honor. I declare the interrogation over. Elder John even nodded to Blom after the announcement and walked over and whispered, it can be seen that you are not only an excellent warrior, but also a scholar who is proficient in scriptures. Thank you for reminding me. Over the years, I have been influenced too much for secular work and have become so mercenary. I actually believe that you must be stronger than others in force to defeat others. Sunan was somewhat silent by his logic. The problem is that in most cases in this world, it is really the case that you can defeat others only if you are stronger than others in force. Sunan had to nod slightly, which was considered perfunctory. Sunan pulled Borgia out of the cathedral. Let's go, my future bishop. After today, the bishop's electoral college has also made a decision. You will be a bishop soon. Don't forget the agreement between you and the Peter family, my friend. Borgia realized it later and said in a daze, did I win? It's that simple. Sunan looked at him deeply. In fact, with the momentum he helped him build, plus the power of his family in this pastoral area, as long as he could deal with it normally, victory would be that simple. The priest from the Platinum Republic was originally suspected by everyone, and David Davis, the respected priest in the Achaean pastoral area, was his greatest weapon. Unfortunately, after he helped Borgia and publicized his deeds of killing wizards in the Achaean region, Davis's greatest advantage was gone. Therefore, Borgia's position is now stable. His father originally wanted to help him gain some merits, and now Sunan helped his father do it. The moment Borgia walked out of the church, he shuddered at the sight of the sunlight and blurted out to Blom in a low voice, "On the first day I became the bishop, I asked the archbishop to help the Peter family upgrade the feudal level of their titles and territories. Also, I will ask the archbishop of the Storm Church to upgrade the Maple Leaf town of the Peter family to the special status of the most important trading city in the central part of the Storm Kingdom." Chapter 142, 30-meter tall knight statue soldier number 2 Garlem. Fortress Knight. Although directly helping Borgia in the name of Baron Peter, in essence, he would be generally regarded by the Storm Kingdom as the secular protector of Borgia. But Sunan didn't care about it. It was very normal for secular nobles and religious nobles to unite in this era, and the two sides could complement each other. It can also be seen from the logic of Elder John's behavior that the religious nobles were half-baked. In essence, religion and nobility were in conflict. After all, it was impossible for a person to maintain piety and do secular affairs well at the same time. But the religious nobles of the Storm Church still wanted to work hard to make themselves look really pious, so now it was very awkward. In the history of his previous life on Earth, a large number of bishops and lords did nothing in history, only enjoying themselves, until they were eliminated. The Storm Church was better. They had the privilege of the Way of Knights, and the most powerful batch of Storm Knights were almost all inside the church. And Sunan also noticed that the monks and elders of the Benedictine order were actually senior formal knights. They may not be good at martial arts and have no combat experience, but they have gained superhuman physiques in their long-term asceticism of the god of storms. It is no wonder that Benedict has a high status in the Storm Church. In essence, Benedict is the elite knights of the ascetics in the Storm Church. And Sunan also temporarily ordered Warwick to imprison the monster army of the underground world in the castle dungeon. Then, he went to Maple Leaf Town. Today is the day he is going to inspect the Maple Leaf Town guard plan. Although he has encountered Benedict and the underground world army in succession, Sunan is still not going to change his itinerary. At that time, Maple Leaf Town already had 100 plaster gargoyles located on the roofs of Maple Leaf Town. Merchants and customers who came and went shuttled through the busy streets, just thinking that those plaster gargoyles were ordinary decorations on the roofs, used for drainage on rainy days. But they never thought that this was the security force of Maple Leaf Town. After Sunan gained a bishop, he could do things bolder. Anyway, when Borgia became a bishop, as one of the 7 bishops of the Storm Church, he would have very high moral authority and religious authority. With just one word, he could make the Storm believers reflect on themselves. This is the biggest benefit of secretly controlling a bishop. Sunan decided to continue to increase the number of plaster gargoyles on the roofs of Maple Leaf Town in the next 2 months, and increase the number to 300. The latest wolf pack effect is now dozens of times more powerful than before, after he became a first-class wizard apprentice and a 3-time sublimation werewolf leader, enough to access so many stone statues. Anyway, now there is the Wizard's Hand Sunday, refining a sublimation level potion. In order to take care of these gargoyles, and to be able to deploy the brown shield in Maple Leaf Town to prevent sudden attacks, Sunan decided to arrange a new 3-time sublimation ground golem in Maple Leaf Town. Therefore, Sunan decided to create statue soldier number 2, and at the same time upgrade Mario, the angel statue soldier number 1. Mario's body itself needs to be transformed and strengthened to maximize the combat power of the 3-time sublimation, which is equivalent to a first-class wizard apprentice. It's just that I didn't have time in the Four Seasons garden before. Next to a newly opened commercial street in Maple Leaf Town, at the entrance to the town, there is a huge statue. Craftsmen and hired workers used pulleys, ropes, and trailers to erect a 30-meter high marble statue of a knight at the entrance to the town. Sunan has also commissioned Sulan to transform Mario to a height of about 30 meters and add magic patterns to enhance Mario's body control. Since the sacrificial stone statue is connected to his own Peter Castle and has gained the ability to reorganize, the statue can be transformed using mortal craftsmen. It is not much different from building blocks. As long as the sacrificial stones that are the core of these golem soldiers are not lost. The knight statue created by Solon is very lifelike. The righteous square face naturally makes people feel close. The design of looking down at the business road outside Maple Leaf Town is equivalent to making merchants feel that they are being watched and protected by a 30-meter high super large knight at all times. Solon's most unique design is that he carved out the knight's appearance when he was wearing full plate armor. He also held a marble knight helmet in his left hand, and Solon used a wooden mold in advance to simulate whether the helmet could be worn on the head of the marble knight statue. It's not that he knew that this marble knight statue was alive, but as a great artist, he had very high requirements for his works, and every detail pursued truth and perfection. At the same time, he would often fantasize in his mind that his sculptures could come alive and wave to him. Although he thought that he could only think about such things in his mind, he didn't dare to tell anyone, for fear that others would report him to the Storm Church. He was suspected of manipulating witchcraft. At the same time, Solon also equipped the knight statue with a 20-meter long marble one-handed knight sword according to Sunan's request, and the knight also carried a marble iris shield with a diameter of 15 meters on his back. It's not that Sunan didn't want to make steel, but mainly because such a large amount of steel was too expensive. Although the performance of marble as a weapon was not very reliable, Sunan used magic pattern technology to strengthen the marble, which would be better than ordinary marble swords. There are only some simple magic rune technologies in the library of the Oak Wizard. After all, he is not a wizard who specializes in this field. This magic rune technology is to disassemble the meditation runes and enchant them on objects through some specific spell combinations. In this way, magic items can be made and the bodies of the puppets can be strengthened. Sunan has only calculated and obtained 3 kinds of magic runes, namely the rune language, firm, the rune language, hard, and the rune language, toughness, and they have all been used on the bodies of the sacrifice stone golems to strengthen their golem bodies. Anyway, these sacrifice stone golems are basically magical versions of robot life. As much technology as you get, you can modify as much as you want on them. The 3 kinds of magic rune technologies will further strengthen all your golems, including Mario. And now, the chest of the knight statue soldier standing at the gate of the town has been put into the sacrifice stone intermediate golem potion by himself last night. The knight statue will breed a sacrifice stone in its chest within this week, and then become a living individual. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Because it is a ground golem, I also added brown shield to his body, as well as gravity magic and energy overload potion. However, the main attack magic attribute added to the intermediate golem potion is not hurricane magic, because the knight statue soldiers can use weapons. Sunan continues to strengthen gravity magic, making the sword of this knight statue a gravity sword. Solon noticed Sunan's arrival and immediately said to him excitedly, "Lord, look, this is a town statue you entrusted me to design for you. I think this is definitely a great work of art. Thank you for your funding, which allowed me to complete this masterpiece. Therefore, please give this statue a wonderful name. This name will be remembered by the world in the future." Sunan was very curious why Solon could complete the task he gave him so quickly. He originally thought that this knight statue would take at least 3 or 4 months to complete. Sunan told Solon the name he had thought of a long time ago. "Let's call him Fortress Knight Alexander Jishi." Solon was stunned. He couldn't figure out why he had to add Jishi's surname to his name, but he didn't care about such things. And Solon was very satisfied with this name. "You are worthy of being the Lord. My respected master, the name you gave me makes the statue I carved even more dazzling." Sunan asked with a little curiosity, "Why did you complete my task so quickly?" Solon scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "My respected master, you gave me sufficient funds. I thought of many ways and finally came up with the modular production method. I gave the drawings of the subcomponents to the old stonemasons in your territory and asked them and their apprentices to help me make a lot of plaster gargoyle parts in advance. I then recruited some hired men in the territory and gave them some unimportant work and assembly and transportation work. As for this knight statue, most of the main body was carved day and night by myself and the 5 apprentices I recently recruited. I hired the old stonemasons to help me assemble some of his simpler parts, such as the arms. By splitting some of the work content and modular production, we can improve efficiency a lot. If I really complete this task alone, it will take too long. Sunan understood that Solon was quite flexible and full of energy. It was normal that the knight statue was not carved out of a single piece of marble. A 30-meter high statue was too big. However, because of the ability of reorganization, these traces of modification will eventually disappear, and all the limbs of the sacrificial stone statues will be combined into one, like a natural whole. Therefore, the modular production used by Solon will not affect the strength of the gargoyles and knight statues. Sunan patted Solon on the shoulder and said, "Work hard, Solon. As long as you continue to work for me, you will become a great artist sooner or later." When he leads the flying gargoyle army and the ground golem army to run rampant in the future, when people ask who did the carving of these gargoyles and golems, Solon will be so famous that he will explode. Solon nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you. I will prove to Ambrose and his group of bastards who slandered and misunderstood me that I never plagiarized before. With my artistic talent, I don't need to do anything plagiarizing. I will make them feel ashamed. Thank you for choosing to believe me when I was in the most pain." Sunan blinked, mainly because that was the only time he could afford to hire you. The hiring fee for a slightly famous artist in the Boot Peninsula is an astronomical figure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Dark Wanderer, the human possessed by the Blind King. In the Kingdom of Storm, located in a territory far away overseas, one of the 3 major islands of the Kingdom of Storm, one of the most important islands in the Mediterranean, the King of the 100 Islands Crete, that is, in a tavern in a small port town in the Principality of Crete, a unique guest was welcomed. He wore a black hood, walked in a hurry, and his eyes were full of panic, fatigue, and anxiety. He walked into the tavern, trying not to attract other people's attention. But because he was too absent-minded, he ran into a strong man when he entered the tavern with a wooden sign of Nightingale. "Be careful, man." The strong man warned him, very dissatisfied. "You spilled my drink, pay me." In the tavern, many people were watching this scene like watching a good show. The man who stumbled into the tavern seemed a little panicked. A family emblem representing his identity rolled out of his pocket and fell on the wooden floor of the tavern. After seeing the family emblem, the customers in the tavern gasped. Because the family emblem represents the famous family of the Eastern Human Empire in the past, family of Phocas. Even now, the Phocas family has some territories in the Nicomedia Empire in Asia Minor. Moreover, many mercenaries and merchants in the tavern recognized that this man was the famous knight Heraclius Phocas, the pagan White Death Knight, a senior knight that both the Storm Kingdom and the Nicomedia Empire were trying to win over. The strong man also knew that he seemed to have offended the wrong person and remained silent with a guilty conscience. However, Heraclius Phocas was a little mentally disturbed at this moment and kept muttering to himself, "I killed the deacon. But I couldn't do it. All the priests in Hagia Sophia have been corrupted. The evil soul entered my body and eroded every inch of my heart. I have tried my best. God of law, please forgive me. My heart can no longer hold on. I killed the person he possessed, and as a price, he possessed me. I thought I was different from others. I thought I was a great knight, a noble of Phocas, and the White Death Knight in the mouths of pagans. I would be different. But, in front of the Blind King, all living beings are equal." The next moment, he bent down and wanted to pick up the emblem representing the Phocas family from the floor of the tavern, but a pale hand picked up the noble emblem representing the Phocas family before him. This was the owner of the hand, an illusion of the blind nun. At this moment, the illusion of the blind Nan and Sisha behind her all looked at the self-exiled former knight of the god of law, now the Dark Wanderer, with worshipful eyes, the possessed person of the king of blindness in the mortal world. When Heraclius Phocus stood up again, a cold smile was already hanging on the corner of his mouth. The noisy tavern around him lost all its colors in an instant, and turned into black and white. Everyone in the tavern stood up blankly, as if their thinking ability was restricted. They didn't know who they were, where they came from, and where they would go in the future. They just felt that everything was good, boring, and indifference filled their hearts. At the same time, the unprecedented dark power turned into a plague, spreading throughout the tavern, and entering their bodies. In the tavern, one by one, the middle lords of the energy world who had descended, or partially descended on the main material plane, walked into the tavern, appeared in front of Heraclius Phocus, and knelt neatly. The blind nun opened her arms enthusiastically. My great king, after more than 2000 years, you have finally broken the seal from the shameless wizards and the ignorant church. You have come to the world here and now. Our time is coming. The blind man asked expectantly. Supreme King with blind eyes, when should we start the second phase of the plan, and how should we call you now? A look of doubt appeared on Heraclius Phocus' face, and then his face once again showed indifference and contempt that was disproportionate to his previous hesitation. You can still call me Heraclius Phocus. You can call me the Dark Wanderer. The spirit of this night is tougher than I thought. We, beings born in this world, without souls and bodies. If we want to come, we must occupy a body and obtain a real soul. Therefore, I chose to assimilate with him. The breath of sacred authority in the air of the Storm Kingdom is still too strong, so I can't completely devour his soul for the time being. I can't exert my true power at all. For a long time, he will still resist my will, although the time I have dominated has been getting longer and longer. But he still instinctively exiles himself and wants to hide on an island in the sea to restrict my actions. As for launching the second phase of the plan, it's too early. Such a strong breath of sacred authority now is not enough for me to summon my real army to this world. The remnant of the Storm Kingdom and the God of Law are not desperate yet. As long as they still have hope, the God of Storms still has faith. The Dark Wanderer said in a hoarse voice, I will make all believers of the God of Storms lose hope. Let every human being enjoy equal despair. We have already won this battle, since more than 2000 years ago, when the gods and wizards were deceived by us, and sealed our 7 brothers one by one on this continent. The seal is only temporary, but the 7 kings are forever. This world will be controlled by me, and my 6 brothers will be driven out of this world by me, and victory will remain with me alone. Use the humans in this world to create my new soldiers, and then find new worlds to invade, destroy, and destroy. That's not bad, right? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Liu book bar reading the mainstream wizards may not come back, but whether they come back or not, we must control this world before that. The Dark Wanderer said to the middle level lords and high level warlocks, I can feel that the special existence that was endowed with power by wizards and gods and killed me more than 2000 years ago, the Knights of the Hand of the Gods, still exists silently in this world. Therefore, before clearing these last existing obstacles, we still need to restrain ourselves for the time being. Also, blind nun, among the 21 military districts of the Storm Kingdom, why is it that the sacred authority of the South Thrace military district has not only not declined, but has rebounded, at least to the level of 5 years ago? Blind nun, and my daughter, Cheesha, who set up the trap more than 2000 years ago, and was born 20 years ago, can you explain it to me? The Dark Wanderer said with disappointment. Forget about the blind nun, Cheesha, my daughter, your father's pride. Why did you fail in the South Thrace military region? The blind nun looked back at Cheesha jealously. She was just a human being produced by borrowing her descendants, but she had the blood obtained by the blind king in the ceremony arranged 2000 years ago. It really made her jealous. Cheesha knelt on one knee. She knew that, even if she was a daughter, she was just a tool for the blind king. There were many daughters of the blind king in the energy world. Her special place was that she had a large part of human blood. Cheesha whispered, I'm sorry, father, but there is a reason. In the Peter territory of the South Thrace military district, there is a wizard lord named Sunan Peter. He has stopped us from disrupting the aristocratic politics of that place several times. He even destroyed one of our bases in the South Thrace military district some time ago. He even almost killed an important warlock from the divine royal family who helped us realize our plan. A struggle appeared on the face of the Dark Wanderer. It was Heraclius' reaction when he heard the familiar terms such as the divine family and the South Thrace military district. He wanted to resist the assimilation of the Dark Lord's soul. But how could he, a mere mortal, do it? Exclamation mark. The Dark Wanderer asked Sisha, is that wizard lord a forgotten one? Chapter 144 Demon Hunter Family. Father, we are not sure. Sisha shook her head and said, it could be the Forgotten, but it could also be those mutant arcanists in the underground world. The blind nun interrupted and said, back then, those wizards faced the dire situation of the retreat of the magic tide and thought of many plans. The Forgotten and the underground world are branches of the Wizarding Society that are unable to leave with the mainstream Wizarding Society or have other purposes and stay behind. So, I guess that perhaps Sunan Peter is a wizard who used a special method to stay in this land. The Dark Wanderer was a little impatient. Maybe it could be a local wizard. After all, the magic tide has been summoned back by us, and it is normal for some indigenous wizards to inherit their heritage. If there is no magic tide in this land, our strength will also be affected. The magic tide is good for everyone, except for those liars in the church. Forget it. You wouldn't be stupid enough to tell me about this and think that I would deal with a small wizard lord in a small military district. You handle these things yourselves. The South Thrace military district is just one of the 21 military districts in the Storm Kingdom, and it is almost the most barren area. There is nothing particularly important there. I must focus on more important things, on the layout. No matter what, a chess player will not take the initiative to stand on the chessboard and become a chess piece. A mere local wizard is not worthy of my attention. The reason I asked you is that I thought something big happened there. The Dark Wanderer said to the blind noble who was wearing the noble clothes of the people of law beside him, prepare a ship for me. I'm going to the isolated Eastern Empire, the remaining piece of Ostrogothic land, the Cherok's fortress of the despotic state of Theodore. That fortress has a very important artifact of mine. The blind noble showed a look of reverence, knelt down and saluted. Yes, great king. Your ship will be ready soon. At the same time, the Dark Wanderer looked at the blind monk with the most unique temperament among the middle-level lords, wearing the ancient monk's clothes of the god of law, and with nails on his head. How is the plan for the capital of the Storm Kingdom? The blind monk raised his lips and said elegantly, Supreme King, the plan is very successful. Humans will probably only think of unity when they are truly desperate. Before that, I will use them to make them fall into despair. After losing the capital, the lords of the Storm Kingdom will be even more desperate. The blind monk said with great anticipation, please rest assured, I will soon make them despair a second time. The more times they despair, the weaker the god of storms will be, and the stronger we will be. I'm really curious about how many Stormlords the capital of the Storm Kingdom can summon to protect their capital, and how many countries of the Order God system will go to help. The Dark Wanderer smiled with satisfaction. Blind monk, you are my most outstanding work. It seems that it was a very correct decision to guide you into my world. You do things like an elegant artist. That's good. Just do it. The blind nun immediately looked at the blind monk with jealousy. Damn it, because she was not doing a good job in the South Thrace military region, and failed to deal with the small Peter territory several times. Now her limelight was about to be snatched away by the blind monk, the latecomer. The blind nun was full of jealousy. What dark artist? She was the best dark art master and the capable subordinate of the blind king. No. If she didn't get rid of Sunan Peter, it seemed that she would always be an incompetent in the eyes of the Middle Lords and the blind king. Before waiting for the Dark Wanderer and most of the Middle Lords to leave, the blind nun gritted her teeth and began to think about how she should deal with Sunan, and suddenly walked towards the blind monk. Wait a minute, blind monk. The blind monk stood there speechlessly, but did not turn around, just glanced at the blind nun with the corner of his eyes. Of course, their eyes were covered with a layer of evil cloth, so it didn't matter whether he turned around or not. They saw the world with spiritual perception. But this action was a contempt for the blind nun. The blind nun was extremely angry at his arrogant attitude. Now she was really a tiger in the plain and bullied by a dog. Blind monk, I want to borrow a family of demon hunters that you secretly cultivated in the human world. I heard that this is a force you cultivated to deal with wizard enemies. I want to borrow it from you. The blind monk said, why? Are you so powerless against that local wizard? The blind nun said angrily, not really. It's just that my troops in the mortal world are carrying out other plans, and your demon hunter troops are the best choice and can effectively restrain wizards. I'm asking you to borrow it just for convenience. That's all. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading the blind monk on Leogeo book bar. Through the ability of spiritual perception, she glanced at Sisha, the high-ranking sorceress beside her, and then said expressionlessly, okay, it's not that I can't lend it to you. Anyway, I'm in the capital of the Storm Kingdom, and I won't encounter wizard enemies. But I want you to deal with the servants of pain, troops of the church's great knights. The blind nun didn't want to agree at first, but when she thought of Sunan's smiling face that said to her, welcome to come again next time, she agreed angrily. Okay, I hope you can transfer your demon hunter family as soon as possible. Sisha stood silently behind them, watching this transaction, and at the same time, she looked at the blind nun with a weird look, but before the blind nun noticed her, she returned to her expressionless and calm appearance. Ancestor of the blind nun. More than 2000 years ago, you betrayed your family and your monastery to fulfill you alone, but now your descendants, why should they be bound to you and become your vassals and cannot exist independently in the energy world? In the South Thrace military region, Peter territory, Sunan has stabilized the Mets territory by signing the Lord's decree and made the small lords in the Mets territory submit to him one by one. In this way, he almost controlled most of the South Thrace military region. The only flaw is that the only earldom in the South Thrace military region, the earldom of Samori, actually had a lot of refugees fleeing to his territory. In the Four Seasons Garden, Sunan went to visit the Jinxworm Mother. At this moment, the number of transformed scarab troops has reached 50. His transformation of the scarab has been successful. Next, it is to put the scarab troops into the underground passage. Sunan suddenly felt that once he put the scarab troops into the underground, there was no need to control the number. Anyway, there are creatures in the underground world to clear the excess scarabs for him. He can use the war against the underground world to continuously iterate the generation of scarabs and use this method to do insect curse research. At the same time, these days, Sunan's mental power has reached 60.02, and the improvement has become very slow. However, through contact with the underground world and the transformation of large numbers of gargoyles, Sunan discovered 2 ways to quickly increase his mental power. Chapter 145 2 ways to increase the speed of mental strength. In the castle attic, Sunan looked at the crucible in front of him. It was a pot of life essence and magic potion, which had been refined. Then, Sunan put the other stone he had obtained from the underground world into it. In just a moment, the other stone was like ice and snow meeting a flame, and it melted into it. From the other ore, a strange energy was released. This magic energy was a magic energy that Sunan had never encountered on the surface. Sunan poured the magic potion with ore into the glass bottle and drank it all. Suddenly, he obtained a lot of life essence, and every cell was very comfortable. Every cell was filled with excessive life energy, and then this life energy was converted into Sunan's mental power limit. Your mental power limit increases by 1, and your current mental power is 61.02. Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 remaining other stones. This stone can actually enhance the effect of the magic potion he refined. It should be the effect of the special magic element that only exists in the underground world. This element should be called Ether element. An element called ether is independent of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind. This element can not only change the shape of objects and creatures, but also enhance the effects of his 2 spirit enhancing potions. Sunan said, there are 2 more. Each can increase my mental power by 2 points. But since a lizardman leader in the underground world can hold 5 ether stones, it means that there are a large number of ether ore veins in the underground world. Although ether stones are not flooded, they are not very rare. It seems that I must try to enter the underground world. There are natural laws of the fifth element, ether, that I need. Sunan used the second ether stone as raw material and quickly made a pot of spirit enhancing +4 potion. Then he drank it and increased his mental power by 1 point. Now, his mental power is 62.02. At the same time, Sunan looked at the ground of the castle under his feet. Because there are more than 100 stone golems, the castle and the golems complement each other, and his castle has also been contaminated by the feedback of so many stone golems. Now, the castle has gradually begun to have some characteristics of life. At the same time, Sunan discovered that the magic of sacrificial stone would absorb the soul fragments scattered in the air, enrich the interior of the golem, and give the golem life and soul. This led to the fact that this Peter castle gradually began to have the ability to automatically gather the soul fragments floating in the air. The speed of absorbing soul fragments is still increasing as he builds more golems. As a result, Peter Castle has become a heavy spiritual land, in a sense. Practicing meditation in this heavy spiritual land will become much faster, and learning meditation can also increase mental power, so this is Sunan's second way to increase the speed of mental power growth. If this continues, the soul energy gathered in Peter Castle will become more and more, making the soul energy here heavier and heavier. This is an unexpected gain for Sunan. As the number and quality of his golems increase, I don't know what Peter Castle will be fed back to. This is a magical transformation of Peter Castle that he has completed unintentionally. Sunan walked down the castle and went to the third floor where Vasily lived. He walked into Vasily's room and Vasily got rid of his meditation. To Sunan's surprise, the Death Knight Vasilian was very talented in meditation. He had already started to learn the word of the dead meditation in the past few days. At the same time, because of the spiritual land, his meditation practice speed was also accelerated. Sunan scanned Vasilian and found that his mental power and mana had reached the level of 20.5. The extra 0.5 mental power was the result of his own practice. Sunan asked Vasilian, "It seems that you are very suitable for learning the word of the dead meditation. Drink this potion." Vasilian took the potion thrown by Sunan and drank it all. Sunan said, "This is the Ghost Scholar's driving potion, which can give you the ability to summon a Ghost Scholar to the corpse killed by the Black Knife. The Ghost Scholar does not have many abilities, but when the Ghost Scholar passes through the opponent's body, it can freeze the opponent into ice and the Ghost Scholar disappears. This is the last piece of the puzzle of the 3 summoning skills of death. In this way, Vasilian can summon ghosts, skeletons, and zombies, ghouls, to the bodies of enemies killed by the Black Knife. At the same time, this is a combination skill that has been designed long ago. When the Death Knight has these 3 additional abilities at the same time, the 3 magics will combine with each other to form a conjugate magic combination. At the same time, the number of summons of these 3 psychic magics is enhanced. In this way, when Vasilian uses the Skeleton Centurion's order, he can summon 4 skeleton warriors from a corpse. When using the Ghost Scholar's driving, he can summon 2 Ghost Scholars from a corpse. When using the Ghoul certificate, he can transform 2 ghouls at a time. Vasilian said to Sunan, "Thank you for giving me new power, my master." Sunan nodded. "Come with me to the dungeon. I want to interrogate the monsters in the underground world myself." Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading in the dungeon, the monster army of the underground world, who had long been accustomed to capturing and being captured, all entered a state of slacking. How active they were when they attacked the world above, how slacking they are now. After all, in the underground world, it is common for defeated armies to be treated as various slaves and sold everywhere. Sometimes, they will be treated as gladiators in the arena. Sometimes, they will become soldiers again. And of course, sometimes, they will become slaves digging in the mines. In the cell, as Sunan led Vasilian into it, the great wolves, lizardmen, minotaurs, and goblins all looked over and looked at Vasilian in horror. Sunan walked to the cell of the lizardman general and asked the lizardman general who was chained to the wall, "Okay, we finally meet in person. Well, I want to ask you a few questions." The pupils of the lizardman general shrank immediately. He heard from Sunan's tone that the alchemist who had talked to him before was probably the boy in front of him. It turned out that he had never met Sunan before. However, the lizardman general figured it out quickly. That's right, how could a creature of his level meet an arcanist directly before? Great arcanist, please tell me. The lizardman general did not resist at all, nor did he have any reason to resist. The underground world adopted slavery. Although the method of obtaining an army was simple, slaves had no loyalty or honor. Now that he had been captured by Sunan, the lizardman general naturally had no need to keep any secrets. Sunan asked, "Can you describe what the underground world is like? How many wizards do you have? Do you have a country and religion?" The lizardman general shook his head. "Great arcanist, we have no country, no government, only slave cities in the underground world. We also have no religion, we only obey the mistress of each city. As for wizards..." A trace of deep fear flashed in the eyes of the lizardman general. "Great arcanist, why do you mention those messengers of doom, the source of destruction, the most evil wizards in the world?" Sunan raised his eyebrows in confusion. Arcanists are obviously born from wizards. The lizardman in front of him is so afraid of wizards. It seems that something must have happened in the underground world that the wizards at that time could not control. Chapter 146, The Three Evolutions of Life Hypothesis. In the dungeon, Sunan suddenly realized something and asked, "If that's the case, do you know your origins?" The origin of a civilization's culture often reflects how they perceive the world. At the same time, there may still be traces of the truth about the origin of the underground world. The lizardman general became excited and raised the tip of his lizard tail. "Great arcanist, of course I know our origins. It's spread all over the underground world. Life must go through 3 evolutions to become perfect life. So the first evolution is when creatures leave the sea and arrive on land. The second evolution is when creatures leave the treetops and come to the ground. The third evolution is when creatures leave the surface and go underground. During the Great Famine, we fled underground and gained an upgrade in our life level, becoming more advanced than the life forms on the ground. But at this time, terrible wizards, the enemies of the arcanists, appeared. They wanted to destroy the underground world, destroy us, and destroy our life. Fortunately, at this time, the Drow Mistress and the arcanists defeated those wizards and protected the underground world. Then, the underground world entered an era ruled by arcanists and Drow Mistresses. Sunan learned one thing from the lizard man. "I'm afraid that the wizards who entered the underground world had a big split. At least one of the wizards wanted to destroy the underground world for some unknown reason. The other wizard stopped them and became the arcanists mentioned by the lizard man now. This may be the truth about the origin of the underground world. As for what they say, that life has become better after 3 evolutions, it is basically no different from religious beliefs. It is all a lie." The lizardman general said to Sunan cautiously, "Great arcanist, the underground world is made up of many vast pits, and each pit has one or several main cities. The closer the main city of the pit is to the center of the earth, the more powerful it is. In the underground world, only some fungi can glow, so our city is a city of glimmering. There is not much food there, but there are metal veins everywhere, so the walls of our city are cast in steel." Sunan asked, "What about etherstone and steel iron?" The lizardman general answered honestly, "These 2 things are both mined from natural veins in the underground world. There is a lot of steel iron, but relatively little etherstone." The lizardman general hesitated for a moment, but still took the opportunity to meet Sunan this time, and took the initiative to say, "Great arcanist, please let us serve you. Don't kill us, we are all capable laborers." After thinking about it for a while, the lizardman general probably really felt that Sunan looked down on their combat effectiveness, so he positioned himself as a laborer. He lowered his head, lay on the ground, shivering, but he didn't hear Sunan's voice for a long time. When he looked up, he found that Sunan and Vasilian had left the dungeon and walked outside. In the dungeon passage, Sunan said to Vasilian, "Arrange someone to install the 130 special slave collars I asked the blacksmith to make on the necks of these monster races. These slave armors can lead us into the underground world." Special slave collars are a kind of iron collar that can be detonated by infusing a small amount of explosive insect magic potion in the manufacturing process with a thought from Sunan. or Sunan can pass his mana characteristics to the members of the wolf pack through the wolf pack effect, so that they can stimulate the explosive insect magic potion in the collar and explode. This is what Sunan uses to control this group of monsters in the dungeon. In this way, there is no need to worry that these guys will suddenly betray him. This kind of collar is not very effective against the strong. After all, there is only a small amount of explosive insect magic potion in the iron collar, but it is just enough for these monsters. Vasily said to Sunan, "My master, I promised to complete the mission." Vasily was different from when he was alive. He loved to talk and preach, but now he always spoke briefly and to the point. Apart from killing enemies, he rarely spoke. He usually focused on learning the meditation method of the words of the dead. The werewolf group now was like a family, and Sunan was the head of the family, so Sunan looked at Vasily and said, "Vasily, this time I can take you to the underground world to play. Let you see a wider world." Vasily agreed. "Dear master, the ability you gave me to summon 3 undead creatures needs to be tested. Testing in the underground world is the best. I didn't expect that the Storm Church was so ignorant. The world is so vast, but they ignored the secret world and the underground world. They covered their eyes like ostriches and pretended that the world would never change." Sunan nodded. However, before going to the underground world, he still had 3 things to do. First, it was almost the end of the month, and he should go to the earldom of Samori to look for the gathering of petrified witches. See if he could find more ways to improve his mental power and obtain more magic resources from the gathering. Secondly, he had to cultivate an ancient tree man guardian in the near future. Finally, before entering the dungeon, he had to throw the modified scarabs underground to build a worm nest. The next day, Sunan took the insect queen Jinx and her swarm of insects out of the Four Seasons garden and let 50 modified golden beetles pass through the underground world passage between Amorad village and Met's territory and enter the underground network under Peter territory. Sunan used a 0.5 ring control modified scarab spell on these insects and ordered them to kill all non-human creatures underground, except for the underground creatures enslaved by his slave collars. At the same time, Sunan did not let the underground creatures such as lizardmen and ogres idle. He ordered this group of slaves to start filling up all the entrances to the suspected passages in their territory. Read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reads that whatever is dug up, it will be filled back. Since it was originally dug by this group of badmen, Sunan has no psychological burden to let them fill the soil back day and night. He only intends to leave this entrance, which is controlled by his own spell of seeing enemies everywhere. In this way, it can be ensured that the creatures of the underground world will not run around in his territory. Jinx watched her swarm of insects slowly crawl into the underground passage and disappear. She immediately raised her insect limbs and waved goodbye to her swarm of insects. But she didn't have any objection to this. The number of insects has increased, so the group should be spread out. Sunan gave it a new potion, the Sunmark Magma Scarab Potion. Drinking this potion will allow you to produce a new type of scarab. Your swarm will not only have modified scarabs that can fight in melee, but also scarabs that can spit magma. You can use magic to decide whether your eggs will produce modified scarabs or magma scarabs. Jinx's favorite thing is to grow her swarm, so she immediately took the potion given by Sunan and drank it. At the same time, her body became a little bigger and her surface became more beautiful. In addition to the sun mark, the originally golden shell also had a number of fire cloud marks. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The scarab army can have more types. Anyway, the reproduction rate is still increasing. In this way, this underground cannon fodder army will be more dangerous when launching an attack. Perhaps, it won't be long before the Coca Wizard will not recognize that these are the scarab swarms that were given to him. Sunan planned to let this group of scarabs develop naturally underground for a period of time, so as to strengthen the defense of his territory against the underground. At the same time, a small army of 30 green-skinned goblins appeared in an underground passage in Peter's territory. The goblin leader was eager to go to the surface world. Let's go, let's go. I heard that the surface world is full of delicious food, and the residents there are all easy to bully. It's finally our turn to eat delicious food. I've had enough of the hard days in the underground main city. We are always bullied. We can't enter the main city, and the wilderness is full of dangerous and ferocious monsters. We want to welcome the beautiful day of the surface world." The goblins looked at them in confusion. There were 50 scarabs blocking their way, each of which was the size of a basketball. These scarabs had exaggerated golden shells, wings, and terrible sharp mouthparts. The key is that they can eat anything. At this moment, these scarabs saw these 30 goblins, and they all turned their heads and stared at them, as if they had seen the supreme delicacy. The next moment, the scarabs swarmed forward. One scarab flew directly to the face of a goblin, bit its face, and began to eat it crazily. In a moment, the goblin tribe was swallowed up by the scarab tide. The goblin leader wailed in horror. "Who said that the surface world is easy to bully? Who said that the surface world is easy to deal with? We haven't even reached the surface world, and we've encountered these monsters. What kind of bugs are these?" The goblin leader was horrified to find that these scarabs actually ate the iron sword in his hand one by one, and even ate his iron sword. Chapter 147. The rapid development of the scarab beetle swarm. 3 new subspecies have appeared. 2 weeks later, in the underground world, the main city of Rye is located in an outpost below the passage of Baron Peter's territory. The army of the upper race belonging to the main city is stationed here, and they set up barracks, built furnaces, and forged steel weapons. The army of this outpost is led by the male drow warrior Shanshang. There is only one general direction for the main city of Rye to dig to the surface, but there are several exits to the surface due to the extensive tunnel system. This male drow warrior named Shanshang is responsible for all the surface exits leading to the Thracian military district. As a drow warrior of the main city of Rye, a male member of the drow of the arcane race, although he did not inherit the talent of becoming an arcane master, he still knows a few superficial arcanes. These superficial arcanes are enough to support him to become a magic swordsman. He commands this army. As long as he can successfully establish a base on the surface, he can improve his status in the main city of Rye and his family status in the mistress's family. He could get the favor of Lady Rose, the origin of the great arcanist, who has lived for more than 2000 years, and is almost the same as a god. Even if he gets enough favor, he can even get the reward of Lady Rose, the great arcanist, to improve his talent for arcane magic, and truly become an arcanist. This is the lifelong dream of a member of their race of arcanists. What could be more cruel than watching your loved ones awaken and learn arcane magic as they grow up, while you can only become a mediocre drow warrior? But recently, Shanshang realized that the original successful surface invasion plan was suddenly hindered. First, a few days ago, he sent 3 lizardmen armies to the ground, and 2 of them succeeded and established a preliminary base on the surface, but 1 never came back. Secondly, his goblin spies kept reporting to him that the entrance to the passage leading to the surface that they had dug with great difficulty was filled back by humans. On the Drow Warrior Mountain, he originally thought that the human lords of the Storm Kingdom on the surface had noticed their existence and were resisting stubbornly, but he didn't care too much. The reason was that relying on the complex and huge underground system, once the surface army entered the underground, it would be like entering a maze, dizzy and unable to find where they were. But they could attack the surface world from all directions. But soon, on the Drow Warrior Mountain, he found that the problem was more serious than he had imagined. Because he had successfully established 2 strongholds on the surface, but the reinforcement he sent to support those 2 strongholds all died mysteriously in the underground passages. As a result, the 2 strongholds were besieged by the Storm Knights for a long time without any support, and they had to be forced to give up. Then, a more serious situation appeared. In the complex underground passage system, there were reports that the labor force and scattered monster race forces were attacked by unknown existences. The other party seemed to be more adapted to underground life than them. They were gradually compressing the space for their activities in the underground passages. Drow have wheat-colored skin, longer ears than ordinary people, and some violet runes on their skin. These are natural birthmarks. The more powerful the arcane master's talent is, the more runes he has. Some highly talented drow can even hide these runes. The violet runes on their bodies will only appear when they cast spells. For ordinary drow warriors like Shanshang, there is only half a violet rune on the wheat-colored skin on his chest, proving that he is just an ordinary drow. Great Archmage Madame Rose. Shanshang looked at the map of the underground passage drawn on animal skin on the table. He was extremely angry and slapped the table with his hand. There is no pattern at all. This is definitely not the marching speed of humans. Judging from the position and speed at which they attacked us in the underground passage, those who attacked us were definitely not surface humans. Those surface humans are not much different from those weak cave degenerates. They are definitely not our opponents. What attacked us? They didn't leave us a single survivor, and not even a corpse. Isn't this killing efficiency too high? Even in the dangerous wilderness of the underground world, this kind of situation has never happened. Even if people die, at least some corpses have to be left behind. Next to Shanshang stood a female lizardman covered with fiery red metal scales. The female lizardman stuck out her tongue and said, "Sir Drow warrior, don't worry. As long as we, the superior race, the ground dragon lizardmen, go into battle, we will definitely clear the obstacles." The female fiery red lizard said, "I suggest you use a large number of slaves as bait to attract those unknown armies, and then you lead the army to surround them. We will definitely destroy them." The drow warrior thought for a while and said, "That's the only way. We must do something as soon as possible, otherwise I will be replaced by the Rye Mistress. The conspiracy and intrigue of those surface humans can only stop here. Next, I will get serious. I will definitely find this army." At the same time, what the drow warriors and the upper races of the underground city did not expect was that it was never an army that attacked them. It was a swarm of insects that Sunan placed in the underground passage. Now, Sunan has regarded the battlefield where the swarm of insects fights the monsters in the underground world as a laboratory site. Now, in Peter County, the entire underground passage is full of modified scarabs, and Sunan has even lifted the ban on the reproduction of the modified scarab mother insects, allowing them to reproduce freely in the underground world. The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Because of the above two reasons, the number of Sunan's second sublimation scarab army has grown very fast, and in the past 2 weeks, 6 generations have been replaced. Because of this, the swarm army is making rapid progress, and Sunan once again uses magic potions to transform scarabs. Now, in addition to the magma scarabs that can spit flames and self-destruct, the scarab swarm has 3 new subspecies: tank scarabs, node scarabs and bone spur scarabs. Node scarabs are used to command overly large swarms of scarabs. Node scarabs are smaller than normal scarabs. Tank scarabs give up the ability to fly and become as big as a carriage. They can rush to the front and act as shields or tunnel excavators. The bone spur scarabs are scarabs that grow bone spurs all over their bodies and can provide long-range attacks. Seeing that the underground battlefield experiment was so successful and the iteration speed of the scarab swarm was so fast, Sunan continued to let the scarab swarms multiply in the underground tunnels. Anyway, according to Sunan's estimation, the creatures of the underground world can always defeat this level of swarms if they try hard. He doesn't need to worry about the swarm expanding too much. Moreover, if the battle continues like this, the swarm can continue to adjust and gradually improve to the level of the 3rd sublimation. Sunan plans to borrow the army of the underground world, simply develop a hive, and connect the hive consciousness to the wolf pack effect. In this way, these huge hives can allow themselves to draw magic power during the battle and continuously provide themselves with reserve magic power. However, this is still a concept for the time being. Because the reproductive capacity of scarabs is very large, it is easy to mutate. Magic potions are even just auxiliary tools. Sunan noticed that there are some good mutation tendencies, so he used special magic potions to help the swarm stabilize the mutation path. So whether it can mutate into a hive consciousness and how long it will take, Sunan doesn't know. Before Sunan prepared to attend the witch gathering, he took Vasily with him and then looked back at the ground of the territory. Let those people in the underground world work hard for a while. The number of insect swarms also needs to be controlled. It all depends on their efforts. I hope they won't let me down. Vasilian said, I think they won't let you down. Otherwise they are too weak. With this level, they dare to invade the surface. Sunan nodded. Thanks to my recent research on potion injection using insect swarms, I have an idea for the first 0.7 level spell in potion science, and the spell model has been basically completed. It's called Potion Remote Injection Spell. Chapter 148, The Combination of Religion and the Secular World, and the Journey to the Petrified Witch's Coven. Because of the current political turmoil, the Storm Church of the Achaean Diocese used the temporary election system for bishops, spent 2 weeks discussing and selecting, and finally confirmed Borgia Frederick as the local bishop. On the same day, Borgia Frederick was particularly grateful for Sunan Peter's help, and immediately wrote to the Archbishop of Storm Castle, the capital in the northeast, and Archbishop Marcellini, the current Patriarch of the Orthodox Church, recommending him to promote the Peter Baron family to earls in Maple Leaf Town to the central commercial city of the Storm Kingdom. In this way, Borgia Frederick is no longer the same as before, and even the Archbishop has to give him a face. Generally speaking, as long as the bishop nominates a secular noble to upgrade his title, it can basically be successfully promoted. After all, the Storm Kingdom currently has 21 military districts, but only 7 pastoral districts. Borgia is the bishop of one of the 7 pastoral districts and an absolute senior figure in the Storm Church. The military district is a part of the feudal system, while the pastoral district is the church system. In this era, when the church and the nobles are in power at the same time, there have always been 2 systems for regional division. One set is the territory of the feudal lord, and the other is the territory of the church. The Storm Church is also a member of the Order Church. The Orthodox Church originally believed that it was the Eastern Orthodox Church, and was equal to the Order Church led by the Papal States. It even believed that only the Eastern Orthodox Church could represent the command of the churches of all the gods of order on behalf of the gods of heaven. But as the Eastern human empire was usurped and replaced by the Storm Kingdom, the Archbishop of the Storm Church now also took over as a Patriarch of the Orthodox Church, and on behalf of the Orthodox Church, formally surrendered to the Papal States. The Archbishop of the Storm Church and the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church surrendered to the Pope of the Papal States at the same time. And the current Pope Innocent III also wants to use this method to make up for the great schism of the Order God System Church caused by historical reasons, so that the Order God System Church can be unified again, in order to strengthen his ecclesiastical power as the Pope, and suppress the kings and emperors of various countries. Soon, the letter approved by the Archbishop was transmitted to Borgia and Peter's territory at the same time. Similarly, the Archbishop and the Storm Kingdom also approved the improvement of Maple Leaf Town's position. Of course, this decision will definitely hurt the interests of some people. For example, it will hurt the interests of the South Thrace military district, the only Storm earldom, and the Samori family. But Borgia doesn't care, because he knows that it was Sunan and the Peter family who lent a hand in his most difficult time. And Borgia also knows that after he became a bishop, he needs the protection of secular allies even more. He only now realized how deep the hidden waters of Peter's territory were. How good is his luck that he actually has such a powerful ally who took the initiative to find him. At the Lion Port on the Achaean Peninsula, Borgia took 100 church soldiers and 5 knights, and boarded a ship of the Achaean Pastoral District, ready to go to Peter's territory. But it was different from the first time, when his father went to Peter's territory, to show off his power. Borgia went to Peter's territory this time, firstly to thank Sunan, and secondly to strengthen his relationship with Sunan. He just realized, now that Peter's family might have some unknown secrets, but he didn't care. What was most important to him now was his position as bishop, or even one step further. Therefore, the stronger his allies were, the better it would be for him. On the ship, Borgia and Blom were chatting and laughing. In fact, it was mainly him who was talking, and Blom was listening. It was not that Blom didn't want to talk, but he was an old soldier with a serious lack of culture. How could he compete with Borgia, who was trained by Frederick's family, and was now a bishop, in eloquence? At most, he could compete with Borgia in swordsmanship, but he didn't know who would win, and who would lose. On the deck, Borgia said to Blom excitedly, "Mr. Blom, I originally thought that you were just a solid and reliable guard. Along the way, you have blocked countless assassinations for me. But I really didn't expect that you were also an orator. You defended me in front of the Benedictine elders last time, just like the orators in those city-states on this land thousands of years ago. Thank you so much, Mr. Blom. Blom opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he could only say, oh. Borgia continued to chatter. Now that I have become a bishop, I will go to the barony of Peter. No, it is the earldom of Peter, to add glory to the Peter family. I have suggested to the archbishop that all the baronies near the Peter family should be legally loyal to Earl Peter. Anyway, the Peter family has already had a deep control over them, and I don't think anyone will object. As for the Count Zamori's family, that is in the way, I don't care about their life or death, not to mention that they are now in serious riots and famine. Borgia now regards himself as an iron ally of the Peter family, and also fantasizes that he can get the full support of the Peter family. Therefore, he thinks completely from the perspective of Sunan's interests, and does not care how much damage his already somewhat willful behavior will bring to the interests of the Count Zamori's family. Borgia was about to continue talking to Blom, when the laborers on the deck of the ship who were helping the church to carry goods suddenly had a ferocious expression on their faces, and then took out a dagger from the inside of his pants, and then stabbed Borgia Frederick. The church soldiers and knights stood in the middle of the ship's deck, while Borgia and Blom stood on the bow deck, so the faces of the soldiers and knights changed drastically. There's an assassin. My lord bishop, be careful. Borgia turned around and looked at the assassin who was stabbing at him fiercely. His eyes were sinister. I'm already a bishop, and there are still damn guys who want to kill me. Make room for others. Is it those idiots from the Platinum Republic? The next moment, a noble sword was placed in front of Borgia, and the dagger of the assassin disguised as a dock sailor could only be inserted into the back of the famous sword of the Storm Kingdom, and could not move forward. The assassin's pupils suddenly shrank. He was a knight carefully trained by the Platinum Republic, a sea knight, and his direction was assassination, so the speed of the sword was very fast. He finally found a chance to get close to Borgia, and even used the ocean prayer, waves of the waves, which increased his burst speed, and the speed of his hand reaction nerves. In this opportunity, that he had finally waited for, he delivered a fatal blow. However, an old soldier next to Borgia, who looked ordinary, had no great martial arts skills, was sloppily dressed, and always looked lazy, had predicted his position in advance, and blocked the blow. Blom's pupils partially transformed into the pupils of a werewolf with a golden ring, and he held a dogtail grass in his mouth. Oh, you assassin are as patient as a monster. You have been lurking on the ship for 3 days, but you only took action now. The assassin's pupils dilated. What? So, the person who is really responsible for the safety of Bishop Borgia is this old soldier of the Peter family who always follows him? This is why Bishop Borgia dares to stay away from the protection of the church army. Blom backhanded a sword and chopped his head off. At the same time, the corners of Blom's eyes partially transformed into the pupils of a bloodthirsty mutant werewolf, but it flashed away. The werewolf's super hearing can easily hear the heartbeat in the other person's body and distinguish the other person's identity from it. Even if the werewolf warrior's hearing is not as abnormal as the werewolf deacon, how could this little new formal marine knight assassin, as a mutant werewolf warrior who has been sublimated 3 times, equivalent to a first-class wizard apprentice, not see his abnormality? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads, even if he does not transform into a werewolf, Blom in a partially transformed state can still crush and easily kill this marine knight. Moreover, Blom, according to Sunan's order, deliberately and unintentionally tested Borgia's attitude, such as not hiding the mutant werewolf's fleeting pupils in front of him. The results satisfied Sunan, who had been observing secretly that Borgia directly ignored these abnormalities and pretended not to notice them at all. Borgia checked the bodies on the ground, and at the same time, he glanced at the church soldiers and knights who came late with dissatisfaction, and then said to Blom in an admiring tone, "This is actually a formal marine knight. Mr. Blom, the sword of nobleness really suits you. You killed a marine knight with one sword. It is so reassuring to have you by my side to protect me." At this time, Sunan, who was thousands of miles away, directly controlled Blom's body and said to Borgia with a smile, "Of course. Your Excellency just needs to concentrate on praying for the Peter family. In terms of military affairs, the Peter family will guarantee your safety. Borgia, who only wanted to climb to the top in the church, smiled with satisfaction. This is what he wanted. He had no interest in power in the secular field. He just wanted to become the most honorable priest among a group of priests, and become a mentor in the spiritual field of the world. At the same time, in Peter's territory, Sunan brought Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, sitting in a carriage driven by the Lion, and pulled by 2 white-fronted horses, to the earldom of Samori. The werewolves in the territory, who were converted from 72 hounds, included Pella and the old butler Warwick, as well as Merio Sacrifice Stone, Gagi Gugoil and Alexander Sacrifice Stone, and the Jinx swarm from the underground world. Even if he was not in the territory, even if a warlock group dared to attack, they would suffer a great loss. Similarly, those idiots in the underground world seemed to have some big moves, gathering slaves on a large scale in an underground passage. Sunan didn't care much, and let the swarm attack directly. He just wanted to limit the number of swarms, to prevent the experiment from getting out of control. Moreover, only by continuing to use war, to do his own scarab swarm experiments can he cultivate a more powerful scarab swarm. He was different from the group in the Valley of Insect Curse, who only liked to work behind closed doors and use a bunch of magic at home, to cultivate scarabs in the direction they wanted. The idea of cultivating the swarm by oneself is to use the powerful reproductive power to continuously produce new swarms, and under the large number of swarms, through high-intensity war, find the appropriate mutation direction of the scarab. Sunan said to Vasily, who was driving the carriage, "Vasily, the speed can be faster. Don't worry that I will be uncomfortable sitting. I want to go to the witch gathering of the petrified witch, as soon as possible. After all, we don't know their specific attitude. If we arrive there in advance, we can make more preparations." Vasily said, "Yes." So the carriage sped up. At the same time, underground in Peter's territory, on the Drow Warrior Mountain, Molly Wood, the fire dragon lizardman, and his lover, had led the army of the upper race to ambush on the other side of the underground passage in advance, and deliberately gathered a large number of slaves such as dwarves, lizardmen, and cryptmen. The Drow Warrior Mountain looked expectantly at the huge sound coming from the other side of the underground. It doesn't sound like an army marching. What on earth could it be? But we can finally find them. Fire Dragon Lizardmen, you are all a semi-arcane race that can vomit dragon fire, one of the superior races in the dungeon. Now is the time for us, the creatures of the underworld, to strike back. Chapter 149, The Origin of Hive Mind and Fungal Blanket. In the underground passage, crack in the passage where a large number of slaves gathered together, when the tunnel suddenly broke. 5 kinds of modified scarabs emerged from the earth wall. These scarabs were like a tide, layer upon layer, and extremely fierce. Each scarab was somewhat round, with a golden shell, like a small sun. They were completely different from the original scarabs in the Valley of the Insect Curse. They eat everything, whether it is biological, steel, or magic. A large number of slaves in the underground city were suddenly covered by these scarabs. The Drow Warrior Mountain, who was hiding in another passage, saw this scene, and widened his eyes. He realized at this time that the troops that were scattered throughout the passage and constantly attacked his army were not the troops of the surface humans. They were not even troops. They were these scarab swarms. At this time, the 300 slaves from the underground world gathered in the passage did not even have the ability to resist, and were overwhelmed by this huge swarm of insects one by one. The Drow Warrior Mountain was a little confused. What on earth are these? Even outside the wilderness, where the main city of Rice, there are no such ferocious bugs. Is the surface of the earth much worse than we imagined? And is there similar ferocious bugs everywhere? No wonder our troops didn't leave any corpses before. It turns out they were all eaten by them. If the surface world is so terrible, then do we still need to go up? I feel that these bugs are like the terrible and threatening creatures that only exist in the deep underground world. Drow Warrior Mountain swallowed his saliva. Oh my god, if these bugs on the surface follow the passage and enter the underground surface, where the main city of Rye is located, then our main city will be in big trouble. Molly Wood, you lead the Fire Dragon Lizardman troops to stop those bugs. The Fire Dragon Lizard Woman screamed in dissatisfaction. Me. My lord, you want me to lead people up? Drow warrior mountain drew out the drow samurai sword he carried with him. Otherwise, it's not me who asked you to go. It's that group of terrible bugs that have eaten those useless slaves and are targeting us. Oh my god. Is the natural world on the surface so terrible? How can these bugs exist in nature? The female fire dragon lizardman looked up and was horrified to find that the scarab swarm had discovered them, and many modified scarabs had already flown towards them. The fire dragon lizardmen immediately took up their weapons and besieged the bugs. They are the direct troops of the arcane master and are creatures that have undergone the transformation of the arcane master, so they can use some spell-like abilities. At this moment, 50 fire dragon lizardmen spit out flames from their mouths at the modified scarabs in front of them, and suddenly square cones of flames covered the sky above the insect swarm. Many scarabs could not withstand the high temperature flames and fell to the ground. The tank scarab ran to the front of the underground passage and tried to withstand the flames of the fire dragon lizardman and vomit, but was still burned by the flames. The insect swarm suffered heavy casualties. The transformed scarab beetle swarm seemed very angry. Something was being born in the swarm. Sunan, who was sitting in the carriage and rushing on the road, felt the direction that was about to evolve due to collective anger through the reactions of these scarab beetles that were connected to the wolf pack effect. Sunan raised his eyebrows and stroked the tops of the heads of wolf and wolf fur in the carriage, who were infected by the anger of the scarab beetles and were also baring their teeth and howling at the enemies who were not here. Sunan said, okay, be quiet. It seems that the hive consciousness of scarabs can be cultivated. The experiment went more smoothly than I thought. Because of the damage done to my scarab swarm by the army of the underground world, the scarab swarm with super reproductive power began to move in the direction I expected. Speaking of which, the drow did a good job. Then keep working hard and cultivate the swarm for me. In the underground passage, when the drow warrior mountain was about to smile with satisfaction, he saw a group of scarabs with hideous bone spurs coming to the front of the swarm and began to shoot bone spurs at the lizardman troops under the flames spit out by the fire dragon lizardman. Suddenly, many fire dragon lizardmen had their throats pierced by bone spurs. One by one, the fire dragon lizardmen fell to the ground. The face of the drow warrior mountain was ugly. These fire dragon lizardmen were precious soldiers of Rye City who had to undergo the acquired magic transformation of the arcane master. One less death is one less. I thought that at least one or two would die when they reached the surface, but who knew that countless people would be killed and injured underground. At the same time, the magma scarabs also climbed to the top of the passage, spitting out magma flows directly below, and some self-destructed, killing one fire dragon lizardman after another. At the same time, the transformed scarabs poured into the fire dragon lizardman troops and began another round of devouring. Half an hour later, the drow warrior used the enchanted dark energy samurai sword in his hand and his lover to destroy all the scarab swarms head on. But his troops were already few and only a few fire dragon lizardmen were still alive. The defeated transformed scarab swarm, under the control of Sunan, temporarily left and then started to develop again. An ambush by the drow warriors in the underground world wiped out his own troops and most of the troops that the swarm had recently bred. But the problem is that the most terrifying thing about the swarm is that they were connected to the sun by Sunan, and their powerful reproductive power was transformed by Sunan with magic. This is something that the drow warrior could not realize because of his limited knowledge. Otherwise, he would soon realize that even if the swarm of insects was placed in the deeper underground world, it was a supermodel magical creation with huge potential. This proved how powerful the magic power of the wizards behind these insects was, and how powerful their hidden ingenuity was. He would realize how stupid it was to put the entrance to the surface in the current position. And just one day later, the drow warrior, who thought he had won the war, and that the conspiracy of the surface people had been destroyed, and that he could safely reach the surface world, and gathered the remaining lizardman troops again, led his troops to the underground tunnels in the battlefield area yesterday, and suddenly cried out. Because, inside these passages, there were swarms of insects like yesterday again. Although the number was not so large, at least hundreds of modified scarabs had gathered. Moreover, their appearance seemed to have changed a little. The drow warrior on the mountain suddenly realized that the swarm of insects blocking his way to the surface was not a group of monsters that could be easily crossed, but a group of powerful obstacles. With his ability, could he fight his way out of this group of insects? Or would this group of insects follow their route and directly attack the dungeon? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan, who was 100 miles away, had already entered the earldom of Samori and saw the dilapidated villages in the earldom and the army of beggars, bandits and the crazy storm lord everywhere. Sunan thought about it. It has been proven that all the races in the underground world have been transformed by wizards. That is to say, the main research direction of those underground refugees was probably the summoning school, or the monster transformation school within the spell school. And the so-called superior race in the underground main city should be a monster army that has been transformed more successfully. But that drow warrior used a dark energy enchanted spell once, which was probably similar in strength to the spell strength of a second-class wizard apprentice. His mental strength was also 4, which is several times stronger than that of an ordinary human. But he was exhausted after only using the spell once. He is probably just a servant monster transformed by wizards with the ability to cast spells. Then the question is, are the so-called arcane mages in the underground world now also a race of spellcasters transformed by wizards? It's just that the previous batch of wizards went too far, so they were backstabbed by these arcane mages, or the drow. In other words, arcane magic is really a new type of magic. Things in the underground world are more complicated and special than I expected. After all, this underground world is a world created by a group of wizards. It seems that only by going down there can we know the truth. Sunan decided to go underground in the future to figure out these problems and find the veins of ether ore, which would steadily improve his mental power. It would be best if he could capture a few more drow warriors, or even capture the drow mistress, the Rye mistress. In this way, he could ask a lot of questions and study the so-called arcane magic. In addition, because his swarm swallowed the luminous moss placed in the tunnel by the underground world, some of the queens of his scarab swarm began to secrete some special fungal substances. On this fungus, the movement speed, attack speed, and aggressiveness of the scarab swarm would increase again. Sunan decided that, after he went back, he would stabilize the ability of some of the queens of the swarm to secrete these special fungal substances through potions. Now he would let the drow warrior help him iterate the swarm. If they are not capable enough, in order to protect the safety of the ground, and for the needs of his own experiments, he can only push the swarm deeper underground. Although this is no longer a defense, but an active invasion. However, the underground can invade the surface, and the surface can also invade the underground. It is also a good thing for him to gain some additional territory, and control a deformed wizard society. That deformed underground wizard society must also have a lot of wizard information, but it is completely incomparable to the orthodox wizard society. At the same time, in the earldom of Samori, a refugee holding a little girl was knocking on his carriage weakly. "Please, sir, give my daughter some food. Sir, please give us some alms. We haven't eaten for 3 days. Sir." Vasilian has condensed the black knife. After all, his first responsibility is to protect Sunan, not anything else. If there are enemies mixed in with these refugees, it will be his biggest dereliction of duty. But Sunan stopped him. "Vasilian, just give them some food. Also, all of you can go in the direction of Peter's territory in the north. The order there is stable. As long as you are willing to work, you will always have a way to survive. Population is also a kind of wealth. Only with population can there be economy. Count Samori doesn't care about these people, so it's not bad for him to accept them." The refugees outside the carriage immediately began to thank Sunan, and began to discuss whether they should really go north to find a place to live. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the earldom of Samori had reached this point. You know, the earldom of Samori probably also has an entrance to the underground world, and the main city of Rai will also invade here. Although it is not known whether the sudden invasion of the underground world into the Storm Kingdom has anything to do with the Supreme Cult, Sunan realized that the Supreme Cult seemed to really want to completely destroy the Storm Kingdom. Chapter 150 Toll Station and Samori Territory. In the earldom of Samori, there are effigies everywhere because of the chaos. It can be seen that this territory has reached the extreme of chaos. Soldiers will even stop the people on the road and ask them whether they believe in the god of law or the god of storm. If the people do not curse the god of law or praise the god of storm, they will be hacked to death and robbed of all their property. However, this is not just the characteristic of the Samori family. All Stormlords treat their people who do not believe in the same gods in various ways because of their beliefs. They also have to pay extra taxes, extra military service, and even pay extra taxes for believing in the god of law and joining the local church of the god of law. However, it is rare for the Samori family to be so crazy. At this moment, the Samori family probably sensed that their ruling position was shaky, and it was just an instinctive madness that broke out. At this time, the soldiers at the toll booth on the Samori territory post road were intercepting a group of wealthy families who believed in the god of law, trying to make things difficult for them and make them give up some of their property. But soon, a soldier saw Sunan's carriage from a distance. That's the carriage of the Honorable Stormlord, with the emblem of Count Peter's family on the carriage. Count Peter? The originally domineering soldier's face suddenly showed respect and vigilance. After all, Sunan's identity in the mortal world is the Stormlord who represents the god of storm, to rule the mortal world. These soldiers who were born in the kingdom of storms not only have respect for Sunan as a noble, but also respect for Sunan's identity and religion. The carriage stopped in front of the toll booth. A soldier valiantly imitated the etiquette of the nobles and saluted. At the same time, he said nervously, "Respected Count Peter, hello, I'm the toll collector appointed by Count Samori. To pass through the toll booth, you need to pay 3 storm copper coins. Storm god, I hope you can understand, this is just a rule." The merchant family on the side was a little agitated because they had just been asked to pay 7 storm gold coins, but the count only wanted 3 storm copper coins to pass through the station. In the Middle Ages, there was no strict concept of national borders, so it was very common for different lords to travel or pass through other lords' lands, and they could even bring some servants and troops. Of course, if you bring troops into someone else's territory, then others may also bring troops to beat you out. Therefore, even in this process, there are some lords or knights who are suddenly detained by others when passing through other people's territory. However, this situation is not common, and most people just want a ransom. It is rare for nobles to kill each other. Otherwise, it would be easy for the two families to have a vicious incident of fighting to the death. Sunan asked Vasilan to pay the transit tax, which was only 3 copper coins. There was no need to worry about it. After hesitating for a while, the soldiers at the toll booth felt that they still had to abide by their job responsibilities, so they asked Sunan's carriage, "Lord Count Peter, can you tell me why you are entering our territory? Our Lord Count will welcome you to visit." Vasilan, sitting in the carriage, immediately scolded him. "Arsehole, who are you to ask Lord Sunan what you want to do?" 2 hounds roared from the carriage. The toll collector became hesitant and timid. Facing Vasilan, he suddenly became very scared. He felt that the black armored knight in front of him made him feel not only majestic, but also extremely terrified. Yes, welcome to Samori territory, Lord Count Peter." Sunan's perfunctory voice came from the carriage. "Tell Count Samori not to worry. I'm just going to the monastery of the Holy Mother of the God of Storms, outside the suburbs of Samori for a pilgrimage." Pilgrimage is the perfect excuse and reason for a lord to enter another lord's territory in this era. After all, you can't stop others from going on a pilgrimage. The toll collector was relieved, and at the same time, bowed to the carriage, saying, "Sorry to bother you, Lord Baron Peter. Please come in. Move the wooden barricades quickly, and let Lord Count Peter's carriage in." Vasilan immediately drove the carriage away. After Sunan and others left, the soldiers suddenly changed their faces and looked at the convoy of the rich family who were waiting obediently on the side of the road. "It's your turn. Without 7 storm gold coins, you can't go out today." The old rich man trembled and walked down with the help of the servant. "But I saw that the count just now only needed to pay 3 copper coins." The toll collector sneered. "He is an earl. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy to compare with him. He only needs 3 copper coins. to go in and out, and you. I have changed my mind now. I will charge you at least 10 storm gold coins. I'm not blackmailing you. Read the correct version in 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. First 69 book bar reads Lord Samori recently ordered that the army needs funds because it needs to suppress you, the untouchables who believe in the god of law. So you untouchables should bear this part of the military expenses. You have to pay extra taxes. In addition, the Earl also ordered that people like you who have some property in Samori cannot leave with your family. Many people in the rich family's convoy suddenly looked ugly. How can they escape from this hellhole of Samori? They are not allowed to leave, but if they stay in this county, they are in danger of being robbed by Count Samori's army at any time. In Sunan's carriage, Vasilian drove 2 superior white horses and said at the same time, Lord Sunan, this land has become very chaotic because of stupid lies. Lies lead to dissatisfaction, lies lead to war, and lies lead to people fighting each other. Religion is not dead, war is not dead. Vasilian was shrouded in the magic of death. At this moment, he seemed to have some understanding, so the learning speed of the meditation method of the words of the dead was greatly increased. The whispers of the dead appeared in his ears. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to check Vasilian's mental power, and found that Vasilian's mental power had reached 21. Sunan said to Vasilian, HMM. Sunan did not comment on this, because this was Vasilian's unique understanding of the world, so Sunan believed that there was not much difference between evaluating and not evaluating. Sunan said, according to what the merchant from the Etika military district said before, the gathering of petrified witches is deep in the woods ahead. Hopefully, the gathering will still be held at the end of this month. I just want to sell these low-level potions of mine. Vasilian said, yes, my lord. I will drive the carriage over there right away. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.